that and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not here to debate or argue. I'm not looking to burgle any gods. I really am here just to see if you can question your belief in, well, whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, then what is it you believe? And why do you believe it? Hello, Infamous. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
22.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because there's no evidence for one.
You say there's no evidence for a god.
Yeah.
What do you consider to be evidence?
Or something that we can measure and something that's repeatable.
Can you think of what kind of evidence might compel you to believe in a god?
Well, to be honest, like, for example, there's all these books like the Bible, Quran and all that. If they had some sort of scientific miracles, like with some like information that couldn't have been known at the time, that would have been evidence for me.
So if there's something in the Bible or the Quran that couldn't have been known at the time, that would convince you of a god?
Well, yeah, if it was something really specific that no one would have known at the time, without any supernatural intervention, then yeah, I would say that's evidence.
Do you think it's possible that those books contain things that their believers purport to be exactly that?
What do you mean exactly? Can you be more specific? Like,
for instance, there are passages in the Quran that believers might say describe the stages of a fetus, which they might claim couldn't have been known at the time, or they might say there are other passages that describe expansion of space or something like that.
so many of these verses that they talk about are taken out of context, or they're just really vague and they're not really specific on the details. So it's not really a scientific miracle. And some of these verses are taken out of context. Yeah.
Are you familiar with these verses?
Oh yeah, I am. But like, lots of people say different verses mean different things, but if you actually look at the verses and the meanings, they can have multiple different meanings, and it doesn't mean what they think it says.
How do you know it doesn't? Are you studied in those books?
Oh well, because it doesn't exactly say like word by word. It just sounds like, it's very
Have you studied the Quran?
well, I haven't really studied it, but I've looked at like all the different type of scientific miracles that are claimed to be in the Quran, and they aren't scientific miracles at all, and they're really vague. And also lots of these facts were known at the time, even before then.
So if that's the case, how would you know a scientific miracle when you saw it?
Obviously, it would have something super detailed that wouldn't have been known at the time, and you know what I mean. Like, it would have mentioned something like, for example, using exact measurements and all that, like something really specific. Like. Plus, not to mention, like, some of these books, they get things wrong as well, which doesn't make sense if it's from an all-knowing God.
So if you received some sort of revelation of a scientific miracle in some holy book or some other kind of miracle you considered scientifically evident, Would that be enough then for you to believe a God exists?
Well, if the evidence is sufficient, yeah, I would say I would believe
Interesting.
this God exists or whatever. But that doesn't mean I would necessarily worship or follow this God. But I would definitely believe in it.
What
Yeah.
would what would it take for you to worship or follow a God?
Well, something that seems compelling to me. That's obviously, but I've read, both the Quran and the Bible, and the God of the Bible and Quran doesn't seem very pleasant to me.
Can you think of what kind of God you might want to worship?
To be honest, no, because under these circumstances that we live in, for example, like we see like lots of suffering, we see babies suffering, we see cancer, we see wars, we see that. I just think to myself, if this God is all powerful and all loving, why would this even happen? So I don't really see any type of God that I would be okay with, knowing that he could have changed all these facts.
What if, for instance, the God were something currently limited, but would grow with yours and others' worship? Would you worship it then if it promised to fix those problems?
What do you mean, like limited in its power, or is that what you mean, or what do you mean by
Sure,
limited? Yeah.
through some
Well,
circumstance currently limited, but with the
well,
potential.
to be honest, if like people said to me, look, God is not all powerful, he's not all knowing, he's just some type of being, then that would make more sense to me, and maybe I would be more like maybe that would give me more reason to follow this God. But when you say this God is all powerful, not knowing, and all that, and he doesn't change anything, then yeah, that's a big red flag for me.
What would you, if you did meet some God responsible for things as they are, what would your first question be?
You mean if I was in like face to face with this God that made everything? Uh, I would maybe ask like, why was there so much suffering and all that when it could have been done way easier? And why this way, not the other way? Like that's what I would have asked.
Is there any answer that you can think of that would satisfy?
I mean, no, there's no answer that would satisfy my question, to be honest, because I don't really see a reason why we have to go through this. And some people say, oh, this life is just a test, but why do we need to be tested? I don't really get that, but that's just my perspective.
Does it matter to you at all if a God does exist or not?
I mean, in the sense that I want to know what the truth is, like I'm interested in the truth. Like I'm interested, like, why we're here, I'm interested, but does it change my life? No, it doesn't really change my life, but I am interested what the truth is, so whether there's a God or not, I want to know.
What would you do with that knowledge?
If God was real, you mean, or? Well, I would just I would just know why and how we got here. That's all. I wouldn't really do anything. My life would be the same.
For it to be meaningful.
Meaningful in what sense, you mean?
I don't know, whatever that word means to you.
Well, yeah, if God exists, then he is meaningful because it's true. But if he doesn't exist, then it's not meaningful because it's just an assumption we made.
Can there be any utility in believing something that is not true?
Well, some people use it as a coping mechanism. Like I understand why lots of people believe in a God because they believe, they wanna basically they basically wanna live forever in a sense, and they wanna kind of act as if, like, for example, they can see their family members again and stuff like that. So it is a kind of coping mechanism. So it can be useful to some people, but it's not for everyone.
Do you have use of better coping mechanisms, or just no need of them?
I mean, I don't need the coping mechanism, and I think for myself personally, believing in false things without evidence would make me even more miserable, because I'm not just gonna believe in something just to make myself feel better. I'd rather just be honest with myself about what's true.
Really quickly, I gotta thank Misaki and Tide of Silence for helping with the goal. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate you. Infamous, do you believe in an afterlife of any kind?
No, I just think once we die, we cease to exist, and yeah, I don't think there's any life outside of our brain. So yeah,
Does that frighten you?
I mean, yeah, I'll be honest, it does, but in a sense, I feel like if I was to live forever, that would also frighten me as well. And I think life is so meaningful that we actually get to die, because we wake up every day and we try to do things because we know one day we're gonna die. But if we didn't have that sense of urgency, we would just sit in bed all day. So yeah.
You said that you would prefer to believe true things. You think believing false things can be detrimental. Pastor Mitchell in the comments asks a pretty good question. How is it that you establish what is true?
Well, based on evidence.
How do you determine what evidence is credible or verifiable?
Well, for example, like I told you, like one example, like for example, scientific miracles. If there was no way of explaining it, I wouldn't see any other reason than a supernatural intervention.
You say if there's no way to explain it. So, could there not be a way to explain nearly any kind of supposed scientific miracle in an ancient holy text? I mean, couldn't there even just be a lucky guess?
I mean, To be honest, like if it's super detailed and it explains everything in precise detail, then no, there's no explanation for that. And the supernatural is something that's unexplained. So that's exactly what the supernatural means. Like, because basically things that are unexplainable.
Do you think that there are any things that are supernatural?
No, I don't believe in that, and I think everything we see in the world is explainable by science. And if we haven't explained it yet, I think we are just. It's just a matter of time until we explain pretty much everything.
I'm not sure that I have any more questions for you, Infamous. I'm wondering in what ways you question or challenge your own worldview. What would you say is the most.
Look, do you mind repeating the question? Because
Well, I
I
hadn't
just had a phone
finished.
call.
Yeah, no worries. I hadn't finished, but that's okay. I'll restart. I was just saying I don't really have many more questions for you, but I think I would wonder what would you say is the best critique of your own worldview?
What do you mean by critique? Can you be more specific? Like,
Is there anything that you can see flawed with your way of either determining truth or just your general atheism or nihilistic outlook? What would you say
I
is the
mean,
biggest flaw?
I don't see any flaws in my view, and I wouldn't say I'm nihilistic. I think you got that wrong. I'm not
I
nihilistic.
meant that in no harsh way. I simply meant, well, I suppose I should ask, do you believe that there is some greater meaning to existence or life?
I believe purpose is subjective. I don't think it's based on objective meaning, you know. So I believe there is purpose for everyone, but it's not the same. It's based on what your life's about, basically, you know. But is there objective purpose? No, I don't think so.
So that would be the framework under which I was referring to you as nihilistic. And I meant, I didn't call you a nihilist, I just said your view was nihilistic, right? Similar. In that you
But
mean you take no meaning in life, or you grant no meaning greater than subjective.
okay, but I would say nihilistic is is like the belief that there is no meaning. But I don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm saying there is
Oh,
meaning, but it's just not objective. That's all.
just the meaning you create.
Yeah, but I'm not
Okay.
saying like there isn't
So,
meaning. Like you know what I mean? Like it's a big difference.
are you familiar with existentialism or absurdism?
No, I'm not.
They, I would recommend looking into those, see if either of those are similar to what you're describing. But yeah, I meant nothing by it. I didn't mean to categorize you in an unfair way. I just meant,
Well, that's fair
I
enough.
just
Yeah.
meant, what do you think is the best critique of whatever it is that you accept? So if you accept that there is no God and that meaning doesn't exist except where we make it, what would you say is the best critique
Okay,
or the biggest flaw with your own worldview?
so
Or
this isn't
perhaps a.
my flaw. This isn't my flaw, but it's what lots of religious people say is the flaw of atheism is that I can't ground my morals in any like higher being or whatever, you know. But I mean
I
that
see.
sounds ridiculous, but that's what lots of religious people say when it comes to atheism, and I just say to myself like, firstly, morals are subjective, so it doesn't really matter. Even if they come from this God, they're subjective to him. And secondly, like, I honestly think, like, if you need a God to be a good person, then you just lack empathy.
Lack empathy is what you're saying. I see.
Yeah, yeah.
So the best critique of your own worldview is what you think is one of the one of the worst critiques by people who oppose your view.
Well, essentially, I'm saying that there's no critique against my view that's rational, I would say.
There's no rational critique against atheism or your belief in no objective meaning or moral.
At least none that I've heard of, because like people say I don't have objective or meaning or morals, and I think that's what's wrong with that? Like that's
Interesting.
totally fine.
I guess I really only have one more question. Do you question your beliefs?
I mean, yeah, I do. I question my beliefs, and I also question my atheism. I'm not just like lots of people think that atheists are blind and they just follow atheism blindly. But I ask myself, why don't I believe? The same way someone asks why they do believe. So yeah, I wouldn't say I'm blind or I'm just like my beliefs are based on what the evidence is shown, basically.
Yeah, Infamous, I don't really have any more questions. I appreciate you coming up, and I hope that you do keep asking questions. And if you come up with any different answers, bring them back, and we'll definitely want to question those. Yeah, I mean, I hear him say he definitely does question his beliefs. I didn't see too much demonstration of belief questioning up here, though I perhaps could have asked harsher questions. Maybe that's on me. I just really didn't see the introspection that I was looking for, or any of the epistemic humility that I would have expected. But, W's for turn it into an argument. And if you've got a belief in a God or God's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. I'm not looking for a debate or any kind of arguments. I'm really not into that. I am interested, however, in, seeing if you can question your beliefs. And if you can, I've got a few questions for you. Yes, Hazel, that was our first guest. Leanne, from the angle of questioning beliefs or lack of belief. What do you mean, from what angle? I guess from whatever angle is necessary to question the belief on the panel. Pastor, no, not all the music. So far, all the music you've heard was mine, or Michael V did one of those backing tracks. The one we listened to, I think, right after Wings of Why. But most of the backing tracks are mine, and many of the songs that we'll hear throughout the live are made by the community. Wings of who? The wings of why. And actually, well, it's been in the works for a few days, and it's not quite ready, but I've been working on an idea for a different intro song, and I think it'll be great. We'll see. I'm feeling positive about it. The wings of where? The wings of how? No. The wings of why. Fiduli says, questioning my Islamic beliefs was the most difficult and enlightening thing I've ever done. Well, congratulations. I hope you continue to question whether you landed on those beliefs or somewhere else. Wherever you land, question that ground too. Oh, interesting, Phoenix. Very interesting. We do have, we had somebody in queue, and if you would like to request a question your beliefs, you're welcome to. I am here looking for someone with a belief in a god, or God's higher power, or anything like that, who is curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief. If you can, there's boxes up here. And if you don't have a belief, and you find your way up here, well, I am going to question that too, but we'll probably have a much quicker conversation. Hello, Phoenix. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
52.
And do you have a belief in a god or God's higher power or anything like that?
I'm gonna go with a higher power. I've dealt with religion before, and I'm not too sunny on that side. I feel more of a spiritual person more than religion, because religion is man-made, and people try to tell you what to believe and how to believe. So I guess with being a Native American, I side with being more spiritual than I do with religion. I do believe
what does spiritual mean to you?
That I believe everybody has a purpose on this earth. I believe that we should all be able to live. I hate the government and them slapping a price tag on everything, so that people just can't live.
So,
and people
Phoenix,
can't just be... Oh,
the
sorry.
question was, what does spirituality mean?
Spirituality? I think it means we all have a purpose. And sometimes we coincide with other people, and it brings them some sort of enlightenment, or brings them a purpose, or brings them a good feeling.
Did you say you think we do have purpose or we don't?
Yes, sir. I think we do.
You think we do have purpose?
Yes.
What does purpose mean?
I think purpose means that on occasion we run into people and we can do things for them and we can make their lives better. That's as far as I think that I can think of. Like I said, I'm not very religious at all. More of a spiritual person.
Right. You did answer higher power, but it sounded kind of questioning. Do you think there is some ultimate mind or being behind things that decides or creates?
That's the part that I'm still questioning, actually. Because I've been involved in a lot of religion and different spiritualities, and I'm not quite sure actually. I don't know. Can you persuade me towards not believing?
I'm not here to do either. I don't want to persuade
Oh,
you in one direction or another. I really just want to
oh,
see where the questions take you. And really what you are questioning, if you're questioning. I do hear that you're questioning the idea of higher power or God, if anything like that can exist. You said you were in other religions, and I read that you were in one in chat, you said particular.
mm-hmm.
Which faith again was that?
Oh, the Baha'i faith.
And
It's they believe in progressive revelation, which I thought was very intriguing and interesting. But at the same time, my parents kicked me out of their faith because I adventured towards drinking alcohol, and that's frowned upon in their religion.
yeah,
So, which I don't agree with because they basically kicked me out of the house and they kicked me out of their religion because I adventured to somewhere else that's not allowed, which
so
kind of makes me sad.
yeah, so for you, Phoenix, you stopped being a Baha'i after your parents kicked you out of the house for
Yes,
drinking.
yes,
Do you still believe in the things you learned in the Baha'i faith?
yes, I do. I believe in a lot of the. They believe in unity. They believe in progressive revelation, which I believe in. They believe in, you know,
Why do you
not
believe in
having.
progressive revelation?
Yes,
Yeah, why do you believe in progressive revelation?
because I think that there's many prophets before, and I don't think a God would allow, to have so many different religions and not have them coincide with something else. And later in time.
So you think, I think, well, that kind of answers a previous question. Do you believe in a God or a higher power? Because if you think there is a God giving revelation and that there are prophets, that sounds like you do believe in a God. So are you saying that you
Um,
do still believe in the God of the Baha'i faith?
Not necessarily. I do believe that there's a higher power, that there's meaning to life.
Why?
Basically, because why can we breathe? Why can we wake up every day and breathe a breath? Not just because your body lets you, but think of it as the fact that we have no electricity going through us to make us be alive. We don't have to pay a bill for that shit. We don't have to do anything. We just wake up and we can breathe and we can be people. And we have a brain and we have a sense of right and wrong. So I do believe that there's something
Do
there
we all have
that's
those things? Do we all have
I
all of
think
those things?
I think we do.
You think everyone has a sense of right and wrong?
Yes.
What
Oh,
does that mean?
except for the psychopaths. Other
Oh,
than
the
that,
people who are born without
yeah, right.
the ability to empathize.
Correct. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry. I just wanted to try to compensate my beliefs a little bit in this conversation.
Well, I'm curious, Phoenix. So you're saying because we are born with things that you think are inherent, like a sense of right and wrong, then therefore there should be a God that made us that way.
Yes, I think somebody developed a spirit and a soul.
What is a spirit?
Well, basically, a soul is just moral inheritance that we know the difference between right and wrong. We don't hurt each other, and
So a
we
soul
try
is
not
just
to.
the knowing of right and wrong.
Right. That's what I think.
As a Baha'i, did you believe in all of the previous prophets before Baha'u'llah?
Yes.
So Muhammad, Jesus,
Buddha,
Buddha,
Krishna,
Abraham.
Zoroaster, Abraham. Yes, sir.
Does that mean that you believe the Bible?
Yes. But what's really got confused with me when I was growing up was that I wasn't allowed to celebrate Christian religions. So we
And
didn't
Christian
celebrate.
holidays. Yeah, no Christmas.
Yeah.
You had a
I thought
Yami
that
Ha
was really.
instead.
Yeah, I
Right.
thought that was really wrong.
Didn't
That
didn't
we
Yami
weren't
Ha give
allowed
you?
to.
Didn't Yami Ha give you? Was it 13 days of gift giving?
Yes.
You didn't brag to your Christian friends that even their 12-day Christmas couldn't compare to your
No.
Yami Ha.
No, I didn't. Allowed to go, and we didn't have a Christmas tree. We didn't celebrate them. We didn't celebrate Christmas with them, which I thought was kind of wrong. But we did at some point. I think my parents kind of evolved a little bit, and we were allowed to go into like the Jewish religion because I remember celebrating Hanukkah with my Jewish friends. But when I was much younger, that was probably like 20 years back before I got older, that they didn't allow me to celebrate Christmas or Easter or any of them. And I thought that was kind of backwards for somebody that believes in progressive revelation.
Phoenix, do you remember the last time you were on this panel? And the last time we talked?
No, I don't. It was a while back.
It was a while back. You sound a little clearer and a little well, more with us. What is it? Let me ask it this way. If your God is responsible for us having a sense of right and wrong, is it not also responsible for us doing wrong or
Okay.
existing at all to do wrong?
Okay, that's where I think the head of my spirituality comes from, is because I believe that just like okay, so if you had like an AI girlfriend or something, and she was only allowed to do whatever you wanted her to do, that's not really love. But I believe that there was a God and he gave us a choice whether we could do right or wrong. And therefore we have a choice. And that's where our spirituality comes from. It's because we have that choice to do right or wrong.
Right, but if
sorry,
you also believe the stories of the Bible, then doesn't the God command people to do horrible things?
I don't remember that part of the Bible, that he commands people to do horrible things. I don't believe in that part.
You don't believe in that part. So if it says it, you don't believe it.
Kind of, because I do believe that part of the Bible was man-made.
I see.
And
is it just
was,
the parts you disagree with then?
Yes, sir.
Interesting. Phoenix, do you think that deciding to believe only the stories you like and disbelieve the stories you don't like, that is a good way to find out what is true or to believe true things?
I don't know how messed up this is, but I think part of life is trying to find happiness. So therefore, we should believe not necessarily everything that makes us happy, because there are bad things in life. People have choices to do wrong, and you get intertwined with things that happen that are bad. But I do believe that since we do have a soul, that we can decide whether we want to deal with having right or wrong, and whether or not we choose to forgive people.
I'm not sure that answered my question at all.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I was asking if just deciding to believe the things you like and disbelieve the things you don't like is a good way to believe true things, or to even know true things.
Oh, I know a lot of things. I know a lot of bad things. A lot of bad things have happened in my...
It's
Oh,
starting
I'm sorry,
to, yeah, it's sounding like we're not really following the questions anymore. So
Okay.
here's where I'm at, Phoenix. I appreciate you coming up. I do. It sounds like you're still on this journey, questioning your belief. But I would encourage you to question a little more when you're clearer headed. I do appreciate you, and I hope that you drink some water and rest well. Take care,
Thank you.
Phoenix. Yeah. It is interesting that those who are brought up, well, not those in general, but many who are brought up in religions with prohibitions on certain substances tend to find themselves relying on those substances after their discovery of them. It sometimes even causes the rift in their faith. I've never met a Baha'i who left over alcohol and still believed. So it is interesting, especially since there are so many things about the Baha'i faith that could still be questioned, but I'd rather question someone on a clear mind. So if anyone with a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that is curious enough or courageous enough to question their beliefs, go ahead and hit the request button right there, or the blue and pink people down there next to your chat. Either way, I'll help you get up here, and I'll be taking a new guest in just a moment. But first, I do need to thank Davina, Devillin, and Angel for helping with the goal. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And thank you all for the 38,000 times you've tapped the screen. That's really amazing. And the 49 shares, all of those help get us out to the FYP of somebody who might be, curious enough, courageous enough, and courteous enough to question their beliefs. Let's see. Hello, Craig. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
30.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
And have you read your Bible from beginning to end?
No.
Why not?
That's a good question. I should have by now. I've read the Bible many times, but not entire cover to cover. Like, I've read the entire New Testament many times, Psalms, Proverbs, Jeremiah, but not like literally from the beginning all the way to the end.
Do you believe the stories from the Bible to all be true and literal?
I believe them to be true. What do you mean by literal? Like, I mean, well, for instance, like, do I believe the earth was created in 6 days? I don't really know. So is that literal? I'm okay with it being an older earth or an older universe. I'm okay with it being 6 days. But if you're asking,
that Genesis 1 would be inaccurate, then that there would be that it might be false.
well, I've heard a couple different explanations for how it could be interpreted as old. So, I don't think it would shake my faith if one way or the other, I guess.
To be clear, not necessarily trying to shake your faith, but I am
Oh,
curious
okay.
what you question and where you question. And so, with Genesis 1, for instance, the six-day creation, the order is rather specific, and it describes, each of these events occurring in a single day. Do you find that could be false? Is that possible?
Like which ones specifically?
The entire chapter, if it's describing things being created in a particular order, is it possible that is
Well, like,
false?
so God created man like on the sixth day. I could see that being possible. Like a human being. I mean, because if I do believe God is the creator, I could see him in one day, creating a man personally. Or was there
Quite my question. So, for instance, if the chapter describes events occurring in a particular order, light, firmament, plants, sun and moon, animals, man and woman. If it describes this particular order, is there any chance that could be false? Or are you saying that you would find some interpretation where it is still true?
Well, so I haven't read the Genesis account in a while. That's why I was kind of asking. There might be like the human stuff. Like I think that seems legit. But if
Interesting.
there was a different, like if there was a specific day that you think would be worth me questioning, I'd be happy to do it. I don't know the order off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
Right. I did just give it as an example there, but you don't have to take my word for it. So I guess what I'm asking is, in general, if the chapter, just this chapter, could be false, or if there's
When you say this chapter, are you
just
talking about chapter
1,
Oh, just chapter 1.
not
Yes.
to Adam and Eve yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I would have to see the order to which, and if it seemed like a order that it would contradict science, I would want to probably listen to the apologetics on one side of the older side, and then the apologetics on the younger side, and then kind of wrestle with both of those. That's probably how I would do it.
But you would look for your answer in apologetics.
Well, I would listen to other Christians. Yeah.
Only those who believed.
Yeah, those who believed. And I think there are people, well, not I think, I know there's people that are on both sides of that young earth versus old earth. And so I'd listen to both of those sides and how they would describe the Genesis 1 if there was a contradiction. And I would, maybe I would end in a state of just, I don't know. Or I might say, this one side seems more convincing than the other. Something like that, maybe.
Yeah. So if you had recognized something as a contradiction yourself, and then none of the apologetics recognized it as such, tried to make some excuse one direction or another, then you would just take it as no longer a contradiction and say, I don't know. Must be one or the other.
Yeah, if all of those things that you lined up, like we'd have to find the contradiction first, and then the people that I thought were credible on both sides, they couldn't come up with a good answer. Then what would I be left with? I might say I don't know.
What do you mean by a good answer?
Well, or an answer that, because you said, I think your question was if they don't come up with I don't remember the exact word they used, maybe sufficient or credible.
I was actually saying if they came up with answers, if both sides came up with answers.
Oh, how would I delineate between the two?
Well, not necessarily, but if you still saw a contradiction where their answers tried to explain it away.
Oh, so if they gave answers and they weren't sufficient enough for me to explain away the contradiction, what would I do? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Oh, that's an interesting question. I mean, it's a hypothetical. So if I was truly not compelled at all by either one, and I thought they were both really insufficient to the contradiction, I might stay, just in a unknown situation where I wouldn't know. And I'm okay sometimes with, and I think it's okay sometimes not knowing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
I do. So, what if rather than contradicting science as you saw it, what if it contradicted itself?
Yeah, so I think I appreciate your questions. They're a little, not broad, but I would just want to know exactly what you mean.
I could be more specific, present you some contradiction as what, others might interpret a contradiction to be. But I was curious more on the hypothetical.
On the hypothetical.
First.
Well, yeah. Again, I think I would answer the same way. I would just come back to I don't know. Like if there was something that I saw a contradiction and I really wrestled through and tried to find the answer as best I could, and I was still left with a contradiction, I think I would just say I don't know. And I think that's okay to say I don't know, unless someone said, well, by you saying you don't know, you're denying a contradiction and you need to abandon this blind faith. And then they proved to me how I had blind faith versus saying I don't know. Maybe that would be a path, but we're just talking about
hypotheticals.
Hypotheticals. Yeah, exactly.
I appreciate the honesty there, and being able to hold an I don't know as an answer is not as common as you might think. So I can appreciate that too.
Yeah, no, they're good questions. What does Batcolyte mean, by the way? Sorry is that just a name, or does that have a meaning to it? Or if you don't want to answer that, that's fine.
It does have a meaning, and I'll probably get into it in a moment.
Okay.
But we had talked about the Genesis 1 story. You said that you were fine with it even being true just at where the man begins, the day 6, that stuff seems true to you.
Yeah.
So that, at least in your mind, it's true then that God created a man from dirt, a woman from his rib, and then they are the progenitors of the entire human race.
So whether you're asking your question earlier about literal versus symbolic, was it literal dirt? Again, I don't know, but the spirit behind what's being said is that God is the creator. So whether it's the letter of the law of it being dirt and a rib, to me, there's kind of like a hierarchy of what's being said and of understanding. And I think the main thing to understand is that God is creating. And then the more minor point would be it was from dust, and whether that was literal dust or just a symbol, I'm not sure about that one.
That is interesting. So for you then, you still see it as a man and a woman being created, and those two being progenitors of all.
Correct. Yeah, I would say that. Mm-hmm.
Again, with contradicting science, what if science were to give some genetic reason why that would be impossible? Why the diversity we experience on this planet could not have come from a single breeding pair?
Well, I'd want to learn what the explanation is, right? And then if it seemed credible or not, then I would, again, try to wrestle through and hear all sides. Because there's even some Christians that have the same major beliefs as me, that like Jesus, is God and he rose from the dead and, all those sorts of things, that would still say that, well, evolution is true, and they don't abandon kind of like the major points. So I would probably try to listen to those people the same way I did with how I mentioned before, and try to wrestle through it that way. But I think that the one thing with this, like the scientific stuff that I have listened to of kind of how evolution is the answer versus, an Adam and Eve. I think the one thing that I struggle with a little bit with that answer is like, how does it all kind of begin? Like it's if we come from, the same, if we come from a relative of an ape, where the ape split off into one group and then we split off into another. And then I would just try to keep rolling it back. I mean, eventually you're going to go all the way to like the Big Bang, I'm assuming, for all this. But then it'd be like,
well,
how
go ahead.
You're
just talking about life on Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, or are you going all the way back to the Big Bang?
Well, I would go to life, right? Like what was the first life, like self-replicating life, right? And then I'd be like, well, then how did that happen? And then I would just keep asking those questions. I wouldn't just stop at life. Yeah, go ahead.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel that the Big Bang requires some godlike explanation?
Well, to me it would, because I think the only other answer would be that there's cause and effect. Like we can observe cause and effect, and I'm seeing this effect, but I'm not seeing a cause.
I see.
And so then that kind of confuses me.
And the effect you're seeing is what?
The expansion. Yeah, the expansion of the universe.
Do you think that requires a beginning, a cause?
I would say yes, just based on like the cause and effect laws. That would seem reasonable to me.
Is cause and effect a law?
I would say so, yeah.
Who determines what a law is?
Well, I would say if someone can show me how there's effect without cause or cause without effect, I could be convinced that way, but I just haven't seen that. I remember in 7th grade or 6th grade, maybe, one of the first things I learned in science class, it was for every action, there's a reaction. I remember my science professor or science teacher kept saying that over and over.
That had to do with inertia, right? Motion, laws of motion.
Yeah, maybe laws of motion. And so to me, I'm thinking, okay, well, motion is, time in a sense. And so in order for there to be motion, there has to be time. And then what is there before time? It just kind of all broke down in my brain.
What do you mean by before time?
Well, I would say if the universe, if we take the Big Bang kind of cosmology for what it is, time
for what you understand it to be, right?
Yeah, well, I would say like what I've been taught. Like I was taught the universe as a child was 13, whatever it is, 0.8 billion years. So that's what when time would have began. So then my question would be, okay, well, what caused that? And then I just kind of get into this confused. So I get confused by that.
Is that accurate to say time began?
Yeah, I would say, well, it'd be 13.8 billion years ago is when it started, when the Big Bang happened. So that's my understanding. Yeah, go ahead.
When it happened, when it started, I guess I would wonder what those words mean if you're talking about something absent time. If you're talking about before time or a beginning of time.
Yeah. Well, I would think like if I were to...
Words of time have any meaning?
Well, I would say if something happened like 13.8 minutes ago, that would have been like there was a start to whatever that 13.8 minutes ago was, and then it moved forward, right? So in the same way, if I were to go back 13.8 billion years, that's when it started, time, and then that's when it moved forward.
To say that's when time started, I don't know if that's accurate. I would wonder, that's when time started, or that's as far as our models can estimate?
Yeah, I think that's as far as our models can estimate. It could be 13.9 billion years, right? But whatever that number is, I think the idea is that, from what my understanding is, that the universe began to exist. So whether that's 13.8 or 14.7 or whatever it is.
What does that mean, began to exist?
Yeah, so it would mean that's when. I mean, we'd probably have to look up at the definitions of what these cosmologists would say, but that's when, again, it like kicked off. Like that's when it's like, let's say it's 13.8 billion years ago. 13.9 billion years ago didn't exist because.
Well, how do you know that?
Well, if I'm saying 13.8 billion.
If time started at this point.
Right.
But how do you know that that's what, like, the beginning is? How do you know that that is even a beginning?
How do I know that? Well, because that's what the scientists that I've listened to would say. Like, it started, they would say, the Big Bang started, the Big Bang initiated or kicked off or whatever you want to say. It was 13.8 billion years ago. So I don't know what.
That they,
yeah,
are
go
you sure
ahead.
that they say it quite like that?
That's what I've heard. Well, have you heard the Big Bang was 13.8 billion years ago? Have you heard that? Or 13.4, whatever it is.
I've heard these things, but I'm asking you, is it that scientists are saying it started then, or is this when our models begin to break down?
Well, it would be that's when it started, and they'd say our models break down of what would have happened before that, if that's even a coherent sentence.
So they say that it started.
Yeah, they would say the Big Bang was 13.8 billion years ago, and they would say 14.8 billion years ago. As far as we know, it breaks down then. Like we don't even know what that means. Mm-hmm. So we couldn't go beyond 13.8 billion years.
We can't, with our model. Assume what came before.
Yes, that's the right way of putting it. Correct. So then I've got something to work off of. So I know that 13.8 billion means something more than 14.7 means. So I've got a little bit of this delineation there that I can at least try to form thoughts around.
You can try to assume beyond what science can model.
Well, I'm saying I couldn't postulate beyond that by a pure scientific
God.
Well, by a pure scientific method, right, in that sense.
So you postulate God.
I would say that makes most sense to me. Yeah, that makes more sense to me than there being nothing before that.
Why would there be nothing?
Well, or a broken down model that that hasn't been given to me, or that hasn't been said. Like, I mean, it's not like it's a 100%, but it'd be like I'd be more confident in a God than in a nothing creating everything, or a Big Bang coming from nothing, or a broken down model that we don't have any understanding of what it really means before that. Like God would seem like a better, for me, answer. It's not the perfect answer, but it's just a better answer, I guess. And I appreciate your questions, and I hope I'm answering them.
You're doing all right, Craig. I'm hearing you believe this because it makes more sense to you based on your current understanding.
Correct. And if someone gave me a different understanding, said, actually, we've figured out this quantum explanation for what was going on before the Big Bang, I'd be like, oh, okay, great. Yeah, I'm in. I believe it.
What would that do for your God belief?
I don't know. I'd have to evaluate it at the time. I'd have to evaluate it. I don't know the answer to that. I mean, if someone could give me some kind of explanation for like an infinite past or something like that without a God, then I'd be open to that. But I haven't heard like any good explanations for like an infinite past. So I'm trying to look at it from all angles, and it just, to me, what seems likely would be a God. Yeah.
Have you looked into models of like a cyclical universe, for instance?
What would that be, if you could explain that?
Well, the expanding and contracting universe, or continuously expanding and re-expanding universe. It depends on which models you're looking at.
Could you unpack that a little more? What does that mean?
Well, for instance, I believe it's one of the older ones, the Penrose model, would present a expanding universe that eventually reaches a point where gravity would pull it back together, and it would
Is it like a
contract.
crunch or something?
Yes,
Maybe?
an expansion, a bang and a crunch.
Bang and a
repeatedly.
crunch. A bang, like an infinite bang and crunch.
Yes.
I'd have to look into that. Yeah, I'd have to look into that. I mean, I've heard the term crunch before, but I didn't really know what it was. I could look into that. Yeah.
There are multiple models, and also looking into the current Big Bang model to see what scientists actually say about starts, beginnings, and time.
Cool.
The current one is known as the Lambda CDM model, Lambda, the Greek letter.
Okay.
And
Okay.
CDM for cold dark matter.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, I can look into that. I think I'd wonder with the bang and the crunch, like, well, when was the first bang and crunch? You know, that kind of thing. I think that's what would be my
That
first
could
question.
represent a question. I would wonder, what does, well, could things not have existed infinitely in some manner?
Could things not have existed infinitely? Well, I don't exist infinitely, and I'm a thing.
Right. You, an organism, don't.
Right.
But could things not have existed infinitely in some form, I ask? You in this form, these atoms that comprise you now are you.
Yeah. Right.
But after you decompose, there'll be something else. And before you were born, there were something else.
Right. Okay. So is this going back to like the Big Bang?
No, the question was, could they have not existed infinitely?
They have not. I don't see, at least in space-time, it would have, maybe something outside of space-time could exist in an infinite way. But again, we're talking about...
Why could things not exist? Why could space-time not exist infinitely? Or at least versions of it contracting and expanding?
Well, if you're talking about like an infinite past, right? Like time is a plane, it's an infinite past. I don't see how we could have a present if there was an infinite past.
Why?
Well, for instance, so let's just say, unless there's a different model, let's say that I, in order to have a drink of water, needed an infinite amount of people to give me permission. So like I was a kid, the first person I had to ask was like my teacher if I could have a drink of water. And then my teacher needed permission from like my mom for a drink of water, for the drink of water. And then my mom had asked my dad, and then my dad had asked the mayor. And there's basically like an infinite amount of people that would need to give permission for me to be able
You're putting an infinite path between 2 points.
Yeah. So how would I ever be able to drink that water? Like,
why are you thinking of time as 2 points?
Well, the same way that I think of 13.8 billion years from today is a point.
Point. Why do you think of time as a journey between 2 points?
Because that's what I've observed. I mean, because
in your limited experience of time, that's your observation. Could it not have existed infinitely and just be, and we experience our points?
Would that mean that the future would exist right now? Or like the future is a reality and we're just kind of passing through? Or what do you mean by that?
I'm not sure how that actually relates. That would be related to what's known as B theory of time, what you're discussing, a future that already exists, a past that currently exists, all existing simultaneously and us experiencing points within it. That is one popular model.
Is that what you're asking, or something different?
No, it wasn't quite what I was asking. I was asking just however you take time to be, whether it is. Hang on, let me think of a way to rephrase this. If you think of, I see, you think of time as an arrow.
Well, like a plane, I would say,
Why a plane?
because it's, constant in the past. I guess that'd be the best way to put it. Like, so when I think of,
Constant in the past. What does that mean?
well, like like I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but if I'm looking back in time, it would just go. It's just a plane. It goes straight backwards, until, like, it doesn't curve. Like Tuesday can't flow into Friday, right? Like Tuesday and then Monday and then Sunday and then Saturday, then Friday. So it's just like a straight line. It's a plane.
Plane. Yeah, you say the word plane, but I'm hearing you describe like an arrow, like everything is unidirectional.
Okay, that's better. Sure, yeah.
Is that kind of what
Yeah,
you're
that's
saying?
fair. Yeah, I didn't know what you, I guess, meant by arrow, but yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah, unidirectional. That's a good way of putting it.
And so for you, thinking of time as unidirectional, you then require that direction to have an origin.
Yes, correct. In order for me to experience this present moment. Like, I don't think I'd be able to experience this present moment if the arrow went back forever.
Because for you, if the arrow went back forever, you think that it would never have reached from the forever ago to now.
Correct. Yep, you got it. Exactly.
But why should it be that way? Why do you expect that time necessarily is exactly as you perceive it?
Well, if someone's got a better model, go for it. I mean, I'm open to it, but from all that I know, all that I've observed, all that I've kind of read, and I'm not saying I've read everything. It works unidirectionally. And if it works unidirectionally infinitely, I'm not seeing it. And again, I'm open to it, but I'm here to question my thoughts. And if someone's got an answer, I'll listen to it. But that would seem to make sense. It's kind of the drinking the water thing. Like, I would never actually be able to drink that water if there was an infinite amount of people that needed to give permission for that.
If you put a path of infinite in between 2 points, you'd feel like you could never reach that.
Well, no, but 2 points, it seems like there's no point. There's only 1 point. It seems like on this arrow model. Because there's the point of me, and then there's this infinite past of people I need permission from. So there's not even a...
Well, hang on. But no, infinite past you need permission from is between 1 point and another, you and the glass of water. But,
well,
if there was only 1 point, you, and what you experience. So
would you say if there was an infinite amount of people that needed permission from you, would be able to drink that glass of water?
Your metaphor doesn't make sense with what I'm asking at all.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You're basically straw-manning my question into non-existence.
Oh, okay, sorry. I didn't mean to straw-man.
Either you don't understand it or you're intentionally.
No, I've been here.
I don't think you're intentional. I'm just saying.
I'm not. I promise.
So I'm not saying there would be, and so what you're saying is between you and a glass of water, there's infinite permission. There's this infinite path, and the question is why you're assuming that it's 2 points, beginning and you. You're saying between a beginning of infinite and now, you couldn't get to now, but that assumes a beginning of infinite. And that
I don't think
no
there's
sense.
I agree. I don't think there's a beginning of infinite.
Right, so if there's no beginning to an infinity, then why would you try to measure from it to now?
Well, that's an incoherent thing, a beginning
That's
of
what you're doing with the glass of water. Your glass of water is putting the beginning of infinity as you, and now as the glass of water. You can never reach it through the infinite because you're assuming the beginning. Do you hear?
I don't know if I quite got my mind wrapped around that one. I truly, yeah, I'm
No,
sorry.
I understand. You are trying, and you're being honest and patient, so I appreciate you. And I'm not trying to argue. I really am trying to get a question, not so much make you agree with me.
No, yeah, it's
Just,
fine.
yeah.
I know you're asking legit questions.
So, in some, let's take a moment. Actually, this would be a great moment for me to really quickly just thank the audience for the 62,000 times they've tapped the screen. You guys are really amazing. Appreciate all of those. And I will be taking new guests soon. And if there are any questioners would like to join, have questions for our guests before we move on, you're going to run out of time. But Craig, I'm curious if things could have existed infinitely, and we are just at one point in this expanse of infinite time, would a God be required in your idea, in your understanding?
Not necessarily,
for that
no.
to exist?
Yeah, if you're given the hypothetical, but I, with all due respect, I think you're asking like if a square circle existed, would that mean,
Sure. I understand you.
Yeah.
That's why I asked it the way I did.
Oh, yeah.
Because I felt like explaining it again, we were going to run into the same.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But if I kind of jammed you in it.
Yeah, if you fair enough. Yeah, if you jammed me in that, I would say not necessarily. There still could be a God that was overseeing it or whatever, but it would crack the idea of God for sure needing to be real.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I have a few more questions relating to Jesus and the Bible, but I know that Blake has a couple of science questions and probably wants to school me on infinity for a moment. So.
Yeah, so just to clarify, because I heard some of it, but I was on a soda run, so I missed some of it. But when we were talking about infinity and accessing different points of it, what were you saying about between you and the glass of water and the infinity?
Well, all I guess I was saying is because the host was asking me about an infinite past and kind of trying to describe what I meant by that, and I said it was like a plane, and he was asking for more information. I guess the best way I could describe it would be so if I needed permission to drink a glass of water, and the first person I needed to go to would be my teacher. Let's say I'm a kid. And then my teacher needed to go to my mom, and then my mom needed to go to my dad, and my dad went to the mayor of the town. And that just went infinitely on forever. I would say I would never be able to drink that glass of water. And so for me, that is why an infinite past breaks down in the same way that I'd say we wouldn't ever arrive.
What is the glass of water in this metaphor? In the metaphor of the universe, are you saying that time is the?
Well, I would say right now is me drinking the glass of water, and then the infinite amount of people I need permission from would be a hypothetical infinite past.
But do you need to access the infinite? If the universe is infinitely big, does that mean that you can't walk down the street?
No. But I don't think the universe is infinitely
street.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around what an infinitely big universe, if that's even a coherent idea. That's just my question. Do you think I don't even know what an infinite.
No, it is. Just imagine the universe is infinite. It just goes on forever. And can you still walk down the street?
Hold on, how would it go on forever?
That's not the important part.
Yeah, but
The
you're
question-
asking me questions. I'm just trying to
question is-
understand. Like,
the
no, I'm just
question is-
understanding if your
right.
question is coherent. Like, honestly.
If the universe is infinite, if things are just infinite, and you find yourself on a street in this infinite expanse, but the street is clearly at one point to another, can you walk it?
Well, I'm just going to say this, and I'll answer the question. I will. I don't think an infinite universe is even something I could even wrap my brain around to even answer it. But if I were to answer it, let's just grant it, I would say, yes, I could walk between 2 points.
Yeah, so just being within an infinite set doesn't mean that you can't, like, yeah, it's would take an infinite amount of time to get an infinite amount of space, but when you have an actually like clearly defined point that are talking about is still like a clearly defined point in time. So just because you're within an infinite set doesn't mean any move within that set is going to be infinite.
I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be difficult, but how does this relate to the water and the infinite amount of people needing permission from?
Because
Like, I'm genuinely not sure.
your analogy about the water, as we've described before, is, it seems like your way of trying to understand a whole of infinity. As you said, you couldn't wrap your mind around even an infinite universe expanding around you.
Right.
So you're trying to make this about the whole of the infinite, and understand how to understand a whole infinite, while Blake is pointing out that within an infinite there would still be finite points, measurable quantities within it.
Okay, and if I granted that, because I think to your point earlier, you're saying, well, it would need an infinite amount of time to infinitely be large for an infinite universe. So again, we're still kind of talking about something that is very heady, but let's just again grant it all. I still believe within that, sure, there could be things you could measure. Again, if we were to grant it, but I don't see how that resolves the question of how an infinite could even be possible to begin with. But if it was, then yes, I think you can still measure things, like between 2 points.
What would preclude an infinite from being possible?
Well, from what I just said, like, could you tell me how an infinite universe could exist? Because you would need an infinite amount of time, but time keeps going on forever.
Do you? Well, so
But,
what
yeah.
you are, so what I was trying to point out more was that, oh, wait, sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second. But that, yeah, that within, even with like an infinite set, like the glass of water doesn't make sense because that's an example of like a finite point that you don't need an infinity amount of things to do. Even if the universe was infinite, you could still drink your glass of water and things would still operate like pretty much the same.
Well, I would agree, but I don't think the future has happened yet. If the future hasn't happened, and you and I are at the
That's
end
a
point,
whole different conversation.
No,
Infinity
no,
doesn't mean that everything is going on at the same point in time.
No, I know, but I mean, but when we're just talking about time, and we do have an endpoint, which is like today. Today's the endpoint, and then there's the infinite past. Unless you're telling me that the future is already a real thing, and then I'd need that to be demonstrated. The reason why
Again,
I think
you're kind of ignoring Blake's point to reiterate that you firmly hold to your understanding of infinity exactly as it is, and you can't question it.
No. Here, guys. No, let me. We're talking about infinity. So these are heady things. We're talking about, like, in a lot of senses, like hypothetical things, right? So it's hard to like have perfect conversation about it. But the reason why I'm saying, I know today, like, I know this moment exists, right? I can't prove the future exists. I can only prove that right now exists. But then I can also prove that like yesterday existed. And then like we can just go back literally, for quote unquote eternity in the past. So that's all I'm just saying. Like, I think there is a point to which we can recognize, which is right now. But then when we go to an infinite past, that's where it breaks down for me. Unless you're saying, well, the future, like eternity in the future exists already. Well, then I would agree.
Why already?
Well, that's what eternity is. But I don't think
that's not what Blake said, and Blake even made a point that doesn't.
Okay, well,
those aren't necessarily coupled together. Like, and infinity doesn't mean that all time is existing currently. That's why I was saying, like, you're bringing in this whole other discussion about time theory that is like separate from just like Cartesian existence of like infinity. And I was just trying to use that example of infinity to express how like even the infinities are traversable. And like we do have representations of infinity within mathematics. And like it is the basis of calculus, like using infinities and limits to like determine the areas under a curve. So like we use infinities a lot. And it is like the basis of calculus and integration.
Yeah, and I know infinities exist. There's the Zeno's paradox, right? Or like in a ruler between 1 and 2, there's an infinite amount of numbers, you could say. But we still have 2 points. And what I'm just saying with this example, with the water and an infinite past, we've got 1 point, which is me right now and you guys right now. And then there's another point is just an infinite
this water analogy that we've already told you doesn't quite.
Yeah, but I don't understand how. Yeah, but I don't
seems to be the only understanding of infinity.
Yeah, but then
are there other analogies of infinity that you are aware of?
Well, I just gave the analogy,
the
like
water
the
analogy.
No, the Zeno's paradox is 1, and then there's an infinite amount of numbers in between 1 and 2 on a ruler. But I don't understand. Like, can someone just explain to me then how an infinite past could be possible?
It just happened. Like,
yeah, but that's not
don't
anything.
know how to explain to you more than it could be possible.
Just defensively arguing now.
No, I'm just asking how. Please, like, genuinely, I'm sorry if I came across any, like, just please explain how other than it just is.
Like, that literally might be the reason. Like, that literally might be it.
Well, guys, how? Okay. What do you mean by how? How is a God possible?
No, I'm just asking how.
But how is a God possible?
Let me just answer your first question.
But how is a God possible?
I'm saying God is more.
How?
Well, I would say it's more likely. You'd asked me that before. I said I believe
you say it's more likely. How did you determine likelihood of an infinite being?
Yeah, but now we're moving.
How does that make sense? Now you've taken the infinite that you don't understand and placed it into a God you don't even know exists.
Yeah, but guys,
how?
It's interesting. We moved off of the infinite past by just saying it is.
How? Like, but we're not just saying it is. We're trying to. We're not trying to stop.
That's what Blake said.
Stop talking over
relax,
me.
Relax.
No, gain some fucking self-control. You're an adult. What the fuck is the matter with you? Stop talking over me. Just grow the fuck up. Take a breath.
Okay, if you're gonna cry,
stop. Just stop. I'm telling you to calm down. Take a breath. Quit trying to talk over people. You're on this defensive kick, trying to argue and prove some point. Now I have to kick you because you can't stop unmuting. What the fuck is the matter with you? Good God. Is that what the Bible teaches you? To lose self-control, start talking over people, demanding answers when we're trying to help you understand something? The point was not to make you understand infinity. The point was to see if you could even question your beliefs. How disingenuous.
Yeah, I wasn't saying it is, like, I believe it probably is infinite, but, like, yeah, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying that if it is that way just because it is. Like, we're describing the universe. This is, like, descriptive things. Like, until we have a theory of everything, we're not going to be able to be like, this is how it's happening. But like the idea of like an infinite universe, if it is that way, we will know that we'll probably know that it is
It's
that way before we know
fascinating.
why or how it is that way.
It's fascinating. This stems from a hypothetical. He can't control himself. The moment we begin asking this hypothetical, he demands to know the mechanics of how it could possibly even work, yet he can't even entertain it. He just lives in this one analogy about an infinite permission set between himself and a glass of water. I don't understand why you can't just stop living in assertions, assumptions, and this presuppositional framework that God must exist.
I also think it was interesting how he slipped in that he believes in eternal afterlife because, of
It
course,
makes no fucking sense. It's an
yeah.
eternal God, an
How do
eternal
you
afterlife.
believe in eternity one way but not the
How?
other? How does one eternity make sense, but the past does not? It's the same. It's the if you're hypothetically thinking, if you want to know how you can hypothetically understand how to think in the past infinitely, maybe relate it to the way you think in the future infinitely.
And the next time you come up here, read 1 Peter 3:15 first.
Yeah, and like mathematics, when we do like limits of the infinity, a lot of times you do get an answer for equations. Like when you go to infinity, you can put infinity in an equation and see what the function is doing at infinity. You can see where the function is going towards, like infinity. Yeah, you can't really say that ever, like, well, at infinity it gets there, but like you, yeah, you can literally put infinity into an equation and use it.
It's because infinity isn't necessarily like a numeric value, it's a probability. Like, I mean, it's a value, but
Yeah,
yeah.
like when we use it in equations for limits, we use it like a value. Like you put like x over infinity, and then as x goes to um, positive infinity, it becomes positive infinity, and as it goes towards negative infinity, it's a negative infinity over positive infinity, so it becomes negative infinity. Or if you do like, trying to think of another simple one, but with different equations like
I'm going to
this,
guess our new guest is asleep. Ronald, are you with us?
you can
No.
actually enter infinity into an equation and use it more than just like a probability, but actually get like um, integrals out of like what equations are doing at infinity. So you can put infinity into an equation and get like one as the answer.
It was a really disappointing. You're going to hear him question a belief a little bit. And there was maybe a little bit of questioning at the beginning. So I wanted to end it on a W, but he certainly had that one rigid view he was not able to escape from, unable to even comprehend the questions because he needed everything laid out, explained. But yet he said early in the conversation that he was okay with certain I don't knows. I wonder why they're only the ones that still assume God.
Oh, I thought of it. Yeah, like the equation 1 + 1/x as the limit goes towards infinity. The answer is 1.
I don't know if... Uh-oh. Look at that. We found a cat in the vat.
Hello,
Hello,
Kat.
how are you today?
You are very muffled.
Rada, 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 rada.
Yes, Danny.
We heard Koki's, though.
Okay, I'll fix it soon. Perfect.
The Koki's ate
Hi.
all the Wi-Fi, and she's actually using a Canon string today.
She sounds like she's in one of those radios from like the 50s.
She's fixing it.
Yeah, can you say who's on first?
We also have Morgan, or we had Morgan. Oh, we still have
Morning,
Morgan.
Morgan. Oh, somehow we got switched. I didn't do it. Good morning, Morgan. Did you get
Good
any
morning.
rest?
I've been
Yeah.
awake.
It's 4 a.m.
Uh-huh.
Good morning, everybody.
You act like this is a surprise.
I'd hoped you'd gotten some sleep.
I got some earlier. Much earlier. Probably about 8 hours ago, actually.
Kat's bars are gone. Let's see if her headphones are on the right way.
No, I don't. I think it's the headphones that are in my head right now, but I'm gonna fix that in a minute.
Okay.
Okay.
That is likely the sound of that. It's the headphones.
If Elon Musk wasn't evil, I'd say let's crowdfund Cat Starlink.
I have a question about time to everybody besides Thrayle because it's not a question the questioner. Do you guys think that we can meaningfully question time, or can we only understand it?
What do you mean by meaningful?
Finding, like, finding differences to what is expected, I would say.
I'm not sure I understand where you're coming from. Could you explain a little bit more?
Like, is time something that we can question? Meaningful can be taken
Why
out
would
of
it
it.
be unquestionable?
Why would it be unquestionable? Is it
Yeah.
objective, I guess? Because it's some.
Why
It's
is
not
objective
really.
and unquestionable?
Say that one more time.
Why is it objectively unquestionable?
Not quite. Why does objective mean unquestionable?
Why does objective mean unquestionable?
I don't think it means unquestionable, but I don't know how to meaningfully question it, maybe. And then I'd have to explain the meaningful. And in that way, I think it is. I'd have to think about it.
I kind of think of, well, let me make sure I explain this well. And this may elucidate your question, but it may not. Um, I kind of think of time as the permeability of free space. And by what I mean by that is like if we take like how we set in a vacuum, I kind of think of like time as being set by how fast the photon can move through space, coupled with, in that situation, how like the rate of atomic decay, and you can couple those two things together to create like an extremely standard, rigid like construct of what time is. But I don't know if that's how other people think about it.
That kind of time sounds unquestionable to me. If it's standard and rigid.
Like there are two measurements that, well, there's probably more, but the ones that stick out to me that are like we have them measured to an insane decimal point is the like decay of a cesium atom, and like we may have moved on to a different isotope at this point, but like for a long time it was cesium. And then like the gravitational constant. Both of these things have been measured over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and we have gotten such a consistent result that like we have these things like measured to an insane precision that like for most applications is just completely unnecessary. Like outside of them, you don't need that many decimal places. But so those things give me a little bit of mental stability.
Morgan, what do you think time is? Sorry, Tony.
Well, you asked Morgan, so go ahead, Morgan.
Time is a construct. That's all I have to say about that, because we will get so far into the weeds if we fucking time is a construct. That's all I have to say.
We have a guest request. We spoke to this guest yesterday. I had a certain take.
Do it.
I had a certain take.
I know.
We'll
Do it.
Hello, Chaos Lullaby. Welcome back. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Hello.
Hello. Can you remind me your age for TikTok TOS?
47.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Oh, yes. I wanted to talk about the time.
Right. But I'm questioning beliefs in gods, and the panel was talking about time, kind of fill in the air, but are you not back to question your belief again?
Mm-hmm. Oh, you want to ask me the same question?
I do ask the same question. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
That I don't know yet. I haven't really.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's good to keep that knowledge, though, and test that knowledge as well.
Do you remember your answer yesterday?
Yes.
What was your answer yesterday?
It was an answer that you didn't like because it scared you or scared other people.
Fascinating. So your answer to whether or not you believed in a God yesterday was one I didn't like, and I was scared by.
Or maybe your viewers as well. I'm not too sure.
Fascinating. Just that question. You think that was the one that unsettled anybody?
Not the question.
That you believed in
the answer.
Yesterday, and today you're being dishonest about it because another question, right? Not that one. Was it that one?
No, it's I wanted to talk about.
So you're lying about that. Okay. So did you come up here just to seek more attention?
I wanted to talk about the time.
Okay. So you didn't come up to question your beliefs? That's fine. You can go somewhere and talk about time.
Wait, what was the question? I don't even remember that.
No, the question yesterday about if they didn't have a belief in a God, what would change?
Mm-hmm.
That they would go around and kill people.
With abandon.
That was after saying they wouldn't.
Keep your God.
Nothing would change. And it seemed like the conversation was wrapping up to a nice end, and they decided to change that answer. So it was either they were really thinking that, and I don't know, that was something that they just needed to share, or they just wanted a bunch of attention by saying the most fucked up shit they could. Either way, they came up dishonest and passive-aggressive today to talk about time. Fuck off.
Yeah, Glampscum, that voice was giving my little helper a little bit.
Mommy's little helper? What do you mean?
Wait, I can't tell if that was sarcastic or an actual question.
That was genuinely sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
It seems we're incompatible in our thinking. Yeah, some of us are direct and honest people, and some of us lie for attention. I don't know, we'll say anything just to get it.
She just wanted to talk about time. I'm just kidding.
Oh dear.
Now she can talk about
time.
time somewhere else.
Right. Maybe the next time they find this live, she can...
Wait, Kat, what were you going to come up and teach us about?
That Thrayle is too cranky.
Whenever somebody's like, I just want to say a bunch of stuff now. I'm like, yeah, no, I just want that. Just teach me stuff. We need a guest break.
Thrayle is never cranky.
I'm actually not. I'm in a great mood. We had an over-talking guest who was getting defensive about infinity, and then we had whatever that was. Our first guest was interesting. They were capable, I think, maybe of questioning their belief, but it was a lack of belief, and even that, I think, they could still question more.
You even got to question somebody who was kind of Baha'i? Adjacent?
Yeah, no, they're basically Baha'i except the alcohol rule. Which is why the interview was ended. It was pretty evident.
Okay, I was about to ask if the Baha'i drink or not, but I think I just got my
No,
answer.
they do not. The Baha'i forbid alcohol, as do most Muslim sects.
You bet I went and listened to Mona and the Children as soon as we ended that live, and you told me about it.
Yeah. What'd you think? It's catchy. It's sad, too.
Yeah, I was like, this would be real depressing to be hearing all the time. Like you hear it once and you're like, oh, a catchy pop song, but then you watch the video and
There's a
you're like,
music video, yeah.
oh, yeah, no,
I
I
didn't
watched the
know there was
music
a
video.
music video until
Mhm.
after I'd left the faith. I had the tape, though, the cassette.
Yeah, of course, I guess every time Cajuns are getting together, we're like, you remember the exile and deportation and genocide when we were all like 50% of us were taken out and our horses were left on an island? So,
Do Cajuns really do that?
oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Le
That's,
grand arrangement.
that's a lot of what the Baha'i meetings were. Remembering the I guess they'd call it the exile. Or I honestly don't remember the terminology that was used at the time, but yeah, the
Or
Mona
sometimes.
story was iconic, and we all knew.
Yeah, so was what I didn't really get, or like obviously I see that like she was like persecuted in some way for like her faith in the music video, but do you like know the story of the person? I mean, I can just Google it on my own time, but I don't know if you know.
Yeah, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do think she was actually killed for, well, at least according to what I recall, for teaching the Baha'i faith.
Yeah, that's what I surmised from the video, but I didn't know if it was just because she was like educating kids in general, or if it was for like educating them on the faith.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, she was teaching children about the faith, other people about the faith, and was arrested for it, and wouldn't renounce her faith, and was executed. It's interesting how many religions are quick to prop up martyrs. Does martyrdom make belief more true?
I don't know if it makes it more true. I think it makes it interesting.
Is it a weaponization of survivor's guilt?
Maybe.
really don't know. Seems to be a common theme. Someone defended this and believed it, and were somehow killed for it, therefore we should believe it. Seems to be a common tool.
Yeah, maybe it's just the Catholic thing because we get all like memento mori and stuff, but it was a lot of like, oh, they gave their life, like they were willing to give their life for the faith. So like, what? Like, you don't have to do that, but like, what are you willing to do for it?
I also think, building on what Blake said, I think people wanted to believe in what this person they think died for them or whatever so much that they're like, oh, it has to be true because they went this far to prove it. It's also not as good of a story without this sort of
Mm. Yeah, adds a little panache. Yeah, I guess it's also like a less like manipulative way to look at it than the first way I presented it. Is yeah, you kind of have like the no, it's not really like a true sunk cost fallacy, but where you're like you don't want to believe that the person did it for nothing. Like you also don't like it is more it is less emotional work for you to have to believe that like they gave their life for a real cause than to have to reconcile that they gave their life for possibly nothing and what that all entails emotionally and all the things that that means.
Can the instance of someone protesting in a way of giving their like self, and even if the belief isn't true, like can that still be meaningful?
Sorry, what was the question?
Like even if the story isn't true, if a martyr exists, even if their god doesn't exist, would the story of the martyr still matter?
Oh yeah, I think that even if Joan of Arc wasn't like a real person, I think that that story would still be um like pretty badass in the context of like um the strict social norms. Well, in France, it's very weird because they're like they had extremely stratified social class. So the different social classes had extremely different rules put on them, and like the lower classes, a lot of times were a lot more like patriarchal and were a lot more like fundamentalist in their beliefs. So for her to be able to um, take on what was considered a more traditionally masculine role from her class. Like, she had to overcome a shit ton of stuff. So even if that story wasn't true, and like, obviously I don't believe that she was like communicating with God, but like, she was a even though she was crazy, she was a badass. She got shit done.
Interesting. We're so close to 100K likes. Keep tapping the screen.
That's amazing. I started so late. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. 89K and climbing. And if you've got a belief in a god or gods, a higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, well, go ahead and request up. We're not here to debate or argue. Nobody's just waiting to pounce and burgle your god and drag it back into a shed in the woods where it'll never see the light of day. Nobody's doing that. We're really just here to see if you can question whatever it is you believe in. And if you can, then we might have a few questions for you. Was that
No
believable?
one has a shed. Yeah. I do have, yeah. No questions about that one.
I know what I can do. I still haven't made that background.
Which one?
Am I awake?
Any of the other ones but this one.
Am I awake? Do I get to witness a questioner while I'm conscious?
Oh, how pleasant would that be?
I fear he's going to not do it just because I made that reaction.
Just out of spite at this point, especially after last night.
Not spiteful at all.
No, I rewatched the video and he heard me like react to his how he was so nice. He was like, "She can come back anytime during question the questioner." He's so kind.
Really very kind.
Barfing Toaster came here to have his beliefs old yellered.
Oh dear.
What beliefs, Toaster?
Which ones?
It didn't go well for the dog, did it?
Spoiler alert. No.
Oh, now he's got to find a belief to question, to yeller. Hazelnut. Do you see the sticker?
I see the sticker. I'm thinking of good questions.
You two can't see the sticker, so just so they know, it is question the questioner.
You'll know soon when I'm constantly questioning Thrayle with all my...
So you fell asleep and missed to question the questioner, and you don't have any questions.
I always have questions, Thrayle. I can't Don't. You're mean. Don't be mean.
How am I being mean?
Wait a second, how is he being mean?
Putting pressure on me.
There's no pressure. This is what you want. I'm so confused.
Did you ask for this?
Yeah, I always ask for this. I do ask for this, but I also want to make sure it's a good question. Because then, if it's not a good question, I get flamed in Discord. Y'all don't get to see that part. But if it's a
Wait.
What
When
if you
have I
want
ever?
to?
What question have I ever flamed you over?
It's not you, Thrayle.
it doesn't have to be you that flames me.
Oh, I see. I get flamed in chat if I ask a bad question. Hell, I get flamed in chat if I ask a good question. I think I do anyways. What is...
No, I'm finding myself in my head when I'm like, oh shit, that didn't make any sense what just came out of my mouth.
No, that's always true. Bill, do you make a lot of assumptions?
What's a lot?
More than 0?
Yes.
What is does an assumption have to be true?
No. I find that when I make assumptions, well, not... I don't know what rate, but often they are not true.
How would you determine if your assumption would be true? And do you try to determine if your assumptions are true?
I test them and question them. Sometimes by presenting them and seeing how they are refuted or questioned. Sometimes just by, asking more questions.
Is that in pursuit of an answer or just in pursuit of questioning?
Understanding. I don't know that I don't know that understanding equals answer, but to understand at least what I can and can't know, what answers will and won't be there.
What does it mean to understand something?
I think that's relative. I think we have levels of understanding. So it will be to be able to coherently relay or apply information.
What do you mean? Say more, please.
To comprehend and well, I said that there's different levels of understanding. I think sometimes we can have a surface level understanding. We can see something and recognize that it exists and that it functions in a way, and maybe even be able to apply that something. But the more we understand, the more we can apply it, and it will be reliable.
Do you think there's things beyond human understanding?
I don't know, but likely. Maybe
If I was-
current understanding.
How would we recognize something to be beyond our understanding?
Say that one more time.
How would we recognize something to be beyond our understanding?
I don't know that we would.
How can we understand something and not be able to recognize if it's beyond our understanding?
It's probably me, but one more time.
It's probably not, I'm sorry. How can we understand something if we can not recognize if it's beyond our understanding?
I don't know that we can.
I say, I think, what is the metric by which we can measure understanding? Is that where you're going, Hazel?
Sort of. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of going in the way of like, can we really understand anything?
I get that. I don't know. We have ways of applying things, and it seems that those applications are consistent. Is that understanding? Is that us actually grasping something, or is that
Observing phenomena.
right? I don't know. Is there some level of understanding of a thing that we cannot achieve, but we can, on the surface, interact? Yeah, I don't know.
Is it more important to understand something or to know that it's true?
What do you mean by true?
And evidence based, like enough evidence to support the likelihood of it being accurate.
I think understanding might be more important because then we would know if whether or not it is true is even of importance. Some things might be useful, even if they're not true.
What is something that is useful but not true?
I mean, we could go with probably the obvious, which would be like a children's morality tale. The Ugly Duckling.
I see. Okay. Like fiction. Understood. Do you think reality is fully understandable in principle?
I don't know. I promise I'm not grinning after every I don't know. It just looks that way.
Right. And the little unmuted giggle was not a dead ass giveaway.
It's so hard to ask questions after I don't know. Because, well, it's not hard to ask questions, but it's hard to ask a question that's related to the same question. Not really. But yeah, I can hear the giggle and the grin.
Mm-hmm. I really like these new backgrounds so much.
So far, just this one, but I'm gonna make more.
I'm so excited to see the new ones.
Yeah, I'm probably, once I start, you know me, there'll be 50 what the fucks.
Oh, good God. Here we go again. I remember the 3 weeks of, the background monster taking over.
No, please, no.
Not again.
You can't do that again.
Probably just make 3. Really, just this one, a question, the questioner, and the end is nigh.
That was entirely my fault, and I, like 3 days in, I was like, oh no.
Yeah, we can blame Kat for all the what the fucks.
Oh, we're passing the buck now, huh?
I am the most what the fuckiest, I know, right?
I see we spent far too much time on Fenn's Live tonight. Got it.
Oh, God. Fenn's always saying that he's catching strays, and he's never catching strays. He's, catching things that were directed straight at him because he was guilty of them.
Literally!
Fenn unceremoniously dropped me last night, and it was the only time I've ever laughed at that.
It was hilarious.
Did you have it coming?
Of course you
He's
did.
the one that told me, he's the one that has less than half the amount of followers as me and told me I didn't have enough TikTok clout for his fucking D&D game.
He told Thrayle that he had too much.
He had too much?
Bordering too much, yeah.
I couldn't.
But Kiera has a reasonable amount, and she has way more than any of us. So, I think his, scale is fucked off.
It's a little skewed, huh?
I think he has some opinions that he uses other opinions to hide behind.
Moving on.
Question. Actually, I want to see you question that. But maybe another time. If anybody's got a belief in a god or gods or anything like that, go ahead and request up. Or if you've got questions for the questioner, now's your chance.
Also, there's 100k likes, so...
Hell yeah. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all the taps and all the 69 shares. You guys are amazing. Oh, and there's 69 of us in the room. Oh, 70, I spoke too soon.
I thought things were getting, real steamy.
I don't know. The numbers are doing what they're doing.
The pink and blue people last night, the numbers tonight, Thrayle.
I didn't do anything to the pink and blue people. I just said if you want to... I'm not going to repeat it.
You almost did.
Fucking yell at you some more. Also, Bree, thank you so much. You are the sweetest person on the entire planet, and I appreciate you. I love it. I love you. You know what you did.
I don't know what she did, but I really do, and I know she's amazing. Thank you, Bree.
Thrayle's thanking Bree for things he doesn't even know what happened.
I don't have to know about that. I just know that Bree's amazing. She's been an amazing part of this community for a long time.
Thrayle, if all your memories changed, would you still be you?
I'd want to be. I mean, right now, I'd want to be. I don't know then. I'd like to think so. That's a really good question. If they changed or if they were gone. I imagine if they changed, it might change parts of who I am, how I behave and respond in certain circumstances. If I don't remember the consequences a certain way, if I don't remember the lesson.
Is there a core self?
I don't know what that would be.
You said you'd hoped you'd be similar or some like the same you.
I would want to be who I am now. Right.
Would you want to have a core self?
I don't.
How do you define core?
Right.
Without influence of experience.
Interesting. Okay.
How can you have a self without that?
I don't know.
What is a core self?
Without influence of experience. That's what Morgan asked.
Oh, but what is that?
I don't know.
Then how are you, Hazel?
I can't ask. What do you mean?
You can't define something, and then when I say, but what does that mean? What is that? Say, I don't know. Then what are you asking?
I was asking again. The question I asked, is there a core self? So, yeah, to define what that is there a self before our experience?
What is self?
What is self? What is self? It would, in my experience, it would be based on experience. It wouldn't fit within the definition.
So what is the question?
I guess I was analyzing if others would have that same belief.
Do you see a way that a self could exist without experience?
I don't know. Not logically.
I actually made a really strong case for this several months ago.
I know, and that's why I'm thinking, but that's not logical in my brain anymore.
Well, we can make it less abstract. Like if somebody had complete amnesia, would you say that they were like a different person, or that their self had changed?
What an interesting question to ask. Depends. Yes, sometimes. Maybe. Depends on how much they forget and what happens when they are forgetting.
Hazel, do you have a core self?
I don't think so.
Which of yourselves is your selfiest?
None of us.
That's such a Hazel answer.
What did Morgan say? In this space, Hazel.
Hazel is definitely the like ruler of Hazel's selves in the Batcolyte. Like, Hazel loves the Batcolyte.
I do love the Batcolyte. I love you all. You're so great. Keep tapping.
Christina loves us too, but not as much. And Valerie hates us.
Valerie does hate you all. Christina loves it here, but she's busy doing like the not fun things in my life.
Christina said I was beyond help, hopeless, beyond.
What?
Oh, sorry, Valerie said that. No, Valerie said that.
Oh, I was like, Christina.
I think you mean Valerie.
Yeah, Valerie said it, and I thought that was really funny. I was like, damn.
Barfing Toaster asks, if Thrayle wanted to learn an instrument, what would it be, and why would it be the oboe? Why is it the oboe?
Is it the oboe?
How could I? Well, I wonder how I would play an oboe. How would I play any reeded instrument? And
You
wouldn't.
That's such a valid point.
Dude, an oboe is like the hardest embouchure.
Right.
It's a double
steel
reed.
guitar, or dobro.
Oh my god.
Why couldn't you play the oboe?
It's a double
My
reed.
darling,
It's so fucking
my
hard.
sweet Hazel. Let me tell you,
I don't know
when it comes to woodwind and brass instruments, it requires these funny little fleshy things called lips.
Yeah, the skeleton has no lips.
It might be a little tough.
Might be a little tough.
Actually, that might work for the oboe because of how stiff the embouchure has to be.
This
With
is
the double
true.
reed.
True.
You could probably pull off a bassoon too.
However, you see, okay, yep, no, turn your head back the other way. Yep. See that little hole? See that right there? It doesn't matter how much he closes his mouth.
You could play a jaw harp though. It just has to sit on your teeth.
It's maybe.
It would probably resonate more because you don't got all those fleshy bits to dampen the skull vibrations.
Toaster. I'm not saying he would he would succeed. I don't know why I can't read tonight. It's gonna be fun come poem time.
I mean, we could definitely like tune your ribs to different frequencies. You could probably get a couple octaves of like a good pentatonic scale on there.
If it's bone, is it still a xylophone or is it a xylobone?
Couldn't tell you, but I could tell you there's something too.
Or we could have some very happy roses.
We'll take the tuning filings.
I'm always getting ground up into powder here. Okay. We'll see.
Well, stop being made out of such utilitarian material.
Stop making us happy roses.
Hello, Mindy. How are you doing this evening? Did you mean to join us? Mindy Lee? I'm gonna go ahead and set you back down then. Interesting.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Was it?
Yes. And
It
sleep
was.
is better than, yeah.
Indeed, it is.
I think that might have been her best trip on panel.
Could have been much
I
worse.
concur. It probably was her best show on panel.
Can something feel wrong to you, but also be right to you morally in your subjective morals?
Yes. I think. Hang on. I'm processing that. Well, don't rephrase
I'm not
it.
sure.
Repeat.
I'm not sure what you mean by differentiating wrong without the caveat of the morals that you put on the last half of the question.
What do you mean? Say that.
Are you talking about a moral conflict? Like, where an action seems right, but goes against what would normally be your moral judgment?
Yes. Like, how. I understand the morals are subjective, I think. I don't know if people would agree all the time.
Since when did you think that?
Okay, well, because of you. You're welcome. But
Thank you.
because we've talked about it so many times. And and because of Thrayle, because I think that Jake just changes what objectivity means. So I don't think it means that.
How is that? Because that's Thrayle. That's what I always say. Anyway, sorry.
Wait.
That's why I said it's because of you. Anyways.
Wait till she talks to Jake again, and then.
I'm gonna mute. I'm just gonna mute.
You're fine, Hazel. Go.
But no, okay, so if morals are subjective, why is there moral conflict? Like how?
Because they're subjective?
Because
If they were objective, there would be no conflicts because they would be true outside of all minds. But since they vary on mind to mind, person to person, there are conflicts. And they might vary within your own mind, right? There might be some dissonance there.
So to you, it would make sense that morals are objective if there were no conflicts.
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. I have to think. Thinking.
Toaster says his question stands. The one about the bassoon. I mean, I think dobro would be fun. I wouldn't need a slide. Bone slide.
What was Toaster's question?
If it was filtered, let me see. I don't think it filtered it. I turned filtering off.
It's to me, the one to me.
Oh, yeah, yeah, I see why it might have.
How do you define identity? Like your personal identity? Like, what does that mean? What is it? Not what is yours, but what is it?
You're asking me?
Any of you. All of you. Seems oddly relevant, but it's actually something I've thought about for months now. I've brought it up a couple times before, but not in great detail.
I don't know, because I used to think that it was more like the culmination of your experiences and like memories and stuff. But then when I went into school, that was kind of pointed out to me that like that can some ways be a little ableist to people that have like early onset dementia, or like when applied to like real life, applying only like people's memories or like their cumulative experience to being who they are. But the also coupling that with like twin studies and like studies on people with amnesia, where they like redevelop or like reemerge a lot of the same personality traits, even if they never like reclaim their memory. And like there are cases where people have amnesia, are lost for, yeah.
I love you, and I love all this information. It's not quite where I was going, or what I was getting at. That might be my fault. That might be my fault. I might have poorly worded the question, right?
No, I think I understood where you were going. Oddly enough.
Sorry, I saw toasters.
I have to give an example. I have an extremely difficult time nailing down anything that I would identify with outside of I am a woman, right? Like I can't start rattling off things that I am or things that make up my identity outside of that one thing, right?
Right, and that's exactly the thing that I expected you to be asking. I find myself in a very unique position to at least give insight to this. The way that I define identity doesn't have definition because identity isn't static. It is constantly developing. You're constantly learning new things. You're constantly adapting. You're constantly finding things, encountering, just like Blake was just saying, you're creating experiences for yourself that then drive your thinking. There's no one label that will label you forever.
I was gonna ask a question that Morgan kind of already answered, but is identity like the parts of yourself that stay the same, or the ability to change and adapt with the person?
I don't know if I understand the question.
Like, do you think if identity is you being a woman, that is a part of you that doesn't change? Is that are the parts of you that don't change your identity, or do you include the parts of you that do change?
I don't know.
Let me ask you a question in return, Hazel. Is Hazel the only part of you?
No.
Then why would you consider only a part of you your identity?
I don't. Well, I mean, Hazel is Hazel's identity.
A static identity, yes?
I don't know what you mean by static.
Unchanging, familiar.
I mean, I think we all change. I would say the changing is more the identity than the stagnant parts.
I don't know what it would be, which is why I asked the initial question, right?
What is identity?
Yes, basically.
The way you relate yourself to yourself.
Ooh.
And I don't... I might caveat that to yourself and your surroundings, like surrounding environment.
That could be included after, but first, yourself.
Self, absolutely.
In philosophy, I think they say it's the relation each thing bears only to itself. A thing is identical only to itself. If you're thinking of what your identity is, isn't it what you are
Is
to you?
identity unique?
Yeah, I guess I was thinking more like like how we externally like identify identities in others versus like an internal identity.
Well,
It
so
was really hard to say.
you have your identity. Somebody else will identify you in relation to them.
Would that be considered a reputation?
Can you, with any degree of confidence, identify other people's identities without them telling you?
I don't know that you can. Maybe you can try based on some experience, some patterns. You can make guesses. You could be right. So
Yeah, I
Stacy,
guess
yeah, go ahead.
I'm thinking less like of a label than like an accumulation of like characteristics and not even necessarily like physical, but like what that person like their temperament, all of their like likes and dislikes and the I think that's like what I think of when I think of identity versus like a label. Like their accumulation of characteristics.
What would my labels be?
According to us.
Mm-hmm.
Woman.
Thank you, Hazel.
A feline vadonaut.
Writing that down.
Maybe real.
Ask it again.
What would mine be? Like, what would the labels, like, if you were to think of what makes up Kat's identity, what would you say?
I can't fit such vast things in such small boxes.
How I feel about it too.
Yeah, I'd say things like
That was really sweet.
a wanderer, a questioner, for sure. A badass.
Wanderer, that's a good one too, actually.
My
That's
other
one I hadn't thought of, but it is something I've identified with for many years.
My other hesitation to put any kind of label on you or put you in a box is there aren't enough to describe you.
Do you think there's enough to describe anyone?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're so sweet and I love you.
She's saying you're special.
I know.
You're special.
That's one of the boxes.
Nuh-uh.
Is special a box?
It is certainly not a box.
I don't know.
It's a jar.
Maybe more of a bag.
It's a jar. It's more of a vat, if you ask me.
What if the cat in the vat is really in a bag?
A bag? Why would you put me in a bag?
I need to go open. I need to go find the bag and open it.
Because what happens when you let the cat out of the bag?
From what I know, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back.
Ooh.
I think that last part was just
satisfied with the answers,
tacked on by a cat lover.
Okay, I can get my head around the brain being in a vat because then we can make it like neutrally buoyant. But you're gonna damage that brain so much if it is just hanging in a bag.
It's like a shitty brown paper bag too, like one you get from the liquor store. This is a like trashy vat.
It says thank you with a smiley face.
I do really quickly need to thank Glamscum Poetry, Phoenix, Tide of Silence, and Holy Guacamole. Thank you guys so much for the gift goal. And also, Holy Guacamole, that was very sweet. Thank you. What you said in chat.
Yes, very kind, very sweet.
You guys are all amazing. If only we had somebody who could amazingly question their beliefs in a god or gods, a higher power, or really anything like that. Maybe identity. Should we throw that topic up?
I like it. It came up earlier this week, and it's something I have genuinely been like really struggling with for months. So I figured it was a decent time to ask the question.
Yeah. Are you... Well, it might be a Discord question.
Go ahead. Unless you don't want to ask it, but otherwise.
I think Hazel had a less Discord question.
Maybe. I don't know. Sometimes my questions are Discord questions. But do you feel that a certain event coming up is making you question your identity?
Probably, yeah. I think I'm like questioning a lot of the things in my life and in my like head, and identity is probably one of those things that doesn't seem like it should be affected, but has been.
Does you coming up with an identity or labeling your identity have a timeline?
No, but like the dissonance here is that I feel like I know myself much better than most people who are 30 years old. And also, I couldn't give you a list of labels about myself to save my life. And that's weird. Huh.
Can you tell me anything you know?
About myself? No, I can tell you things that I believe are true with a high degree of certainty. That's fair. Okay, yeah, I gotcha. I understand.
Who are you?
It's like almost accusatory. I am Cat. I am a wanderer. I'm an artist. I am a person who spends her life trying to make other people's lives better however she can. I'm a gardener. I am a lover of cats. I am a
Great friend.
Did I just get a galaxy? Oh my god, thank you. Oh my god, are we all getting galaxies?
Thank you so much.
Fantastic listener.
Thank you, Holy Guacamole.
An intelligent questioner.
A fun person.
We can keep going. Like, this is endless.
Like, endless.
This is my whole point.
But we were getting her to tell us instead of us telling her.
But that's okay. I'll try.
I am a slightly above average questioner. I am a curious mind. I'm very empathetic. I am a safe landing spot for emotional vulnerability and a guide on emotional intelligence, like matters of emotional intelligence, or at least I try to my very, very best to be, and it usually works out all right. I am a ocean swimmer and a cliff scaler and a lava watcher and a substance, a mind-altering substance of the best kind, connoisseur, I would say.
Connoisseur. A connoisseur.
I am a strange person who has many interests that don't really match up with each other most of the time. I'm a person with a family that isn't like a family of, like a blood family, but a family I built with sweat and tears and laughs and a lot of love. That includes all of you fucking people.
I love you.
I'm a person that sees the value in every single thing around me most of the time, but sometimes none of the things around me. I am struggling to find I don't. What have I done with the first 30 years, and how the fuck do I figure out what I'm going to do with the next?
You've existed and you will exist.
I don't know.
Well, maybe.
Why does knowing suddenly matter so much?
Would you rather know the answer or find out?
I need to know, but I need to have an idea.
Why?
Because it's scary to not. Yeah, you just got me to admit on panel that I'm scared of something. It's not rub it in, okay?
No, I'm not going to.
Do you feel stagnant at this point in your life? Or like you're going in a direction even if you don't know what it is?
Stagnant. Extremely stagnant right now. I don't know how to break the stagnation, and I'm really having a hard time with it.
This might be moving into Discord territory.
It might be.
But I don't want to shut you out.
We can put a pin in it. It's okay. Thank you guys for getting me that far.
Don't get me wrong. We want to keep talking.
And I said it in the comments, but I want to say it again just so I know you heard it. Thank you for trusting in us enough to come to us with this and ask us about it.
I literally wouldn't ever come to anybody else. I love you guys so much. Thank you for doing this exercise with me.
We love you. And you are a great person to do this exercise. You're completely capable, and you will figure it out. Or not, and we will be here.
Even just starting to dive into that and listing off all those things that I am, thank you, Thrayle. That was a great question. Has discharged some anxiety for me a little bit. Started to.
You forgive my tone.
That was very accusatory, but yes, I do forgive it.
I had to.
As long as you knew.
I think it...
Oh, I see. You had to provoke me a little bit to get me to really engage with it. I know what you were doing now.
He knows the buttons.
She can know what I'm doing and it still works.
Yeah. Oh, no. So I'm one of those people who I can know you're standing behind the door waiting to jump scare me, and it will still work every single time.
7 feet in the air. Yeah. Yeah.
So thank you, chat. I really don't have the emotional bandwidth to reply to everybody, but I love you all, and you're amazing, and you're so kind, and I just can't even... I'm overwhelmed.
We get too much love flowing in here, and I'm gonna have to what the fuck is love, everyone.
That's my favorite.
It's a full moon and it's just emotional, okay?
Yeah, all of the they're gonna start running from the emotional vulnerability real soon.
Let's get back to questioning God. Hello, Durgon.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I don't know. I just woke up.
Oh, well, good morning.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, technically morning. It's still the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's like the middle of the morning night.
Did you sleep well?
No.
Did you sleep long?
No. No. I think sleep is one of those things that is just gotten harder as I'm getting older. What do you guys do with your arms when you're sleeping? Because I feel like they're always in the way now. It wasn't always like this.
I usually hug a pillow or hug a person or sleep on them and make them fall asleep and feel like they're going to fall off my body.
The pillow works really well.
That's why my wife does that. Okay. I should try it. I'm gonna have to try hugging the pillow.
Vintage VHS crosses her arms like a vampire. Maybe you could try that.
Yeah, it's real comfortable. I do that like instinctually.
Thrayle hangs the skeleton up on like a post, like a scarecrow.
Upside down.
Terrifying, like a bat.
Yes, by the big toe.
Yeah, I was gonna say rest is a commodity that starts slipping away as you get older. Yeah, so I don't know what you guys were talking about.
Identity.
Mm.
But also, we kind of tend to question God around these parts too.
God, what is that?
That's a good question. I think I asked you that this morning or yesterday.
Yesterday morning, yeah.
I did. I think I said,
yeah, and we
Duragon. What the fuck is God?
Yes, those were the exact words you used. I do remember, and I feel like the conversation was going kind of well. And we kind of got a little bit into the weeds of it about the path of trying to learn about what God is. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go with this?
Well, it's not even about us learning what God is. It's about understanding what you think God is and if you really even know.
Right.
And why you assume. If there are assumptions.
Yeah, I think there are assumptions.
Before I think it's fair. Duragon.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Oh.
That's what we were talking about.
Well, is that why you were freaking out?
Who was freaking out?
No,
I mean, I struggle with this a lot, so I think it's okay. I think I'm this mind within this meat suit that is just trying to understand all of it.
What are the
It tells you.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I was just gonna say, I don't even know. What were you gonna ask?
What are the individual pieces that differentiate your mind and meat suit from others?
It's gonna be the experiences that I've had and the interactions with the other meat suits in their own minds. Yeah.
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
It's the experiences that I've had and the interactions with the other minds in their own meat suits.
Are there qualities you would identify with yourself?
Yeah. I think it's valuing other minds that are in the meat suits. Because it's hard, it's like I see the struggle with others, and it hurts. Like it hurts me to see people struggle.
Would you qualify yourself as empathetic?
I'd like to think so. It's something that I wasn't really when I was younger. Um,
Are there parts of yourself that are separate from your beliefs?
are there parts of myself that are separate than from my beliefs? Yeah, I think so. I don't think I'm just my beliefs, you know? There's parts of me that are a father. There's parts of me that are a carpenter. There's parts of me that's a husband. And I think each one of those parts of me, um, maybe this might not be the best word. Um, maybe responsibility is a better word than obligation. Or like a character that comes with being that.
What's the difference
But,
between the obligation and responsibility of to yourself?
obligation feels like a chore in my mind, where responsibility feels like um, it doesn't have that weird negative connotation in my mind. I don't know. It's
Who gave you the responsibility?
huh?
Who gave you the responsibility?
Me. That's responsibility. I think is something that we just give ourselves.
That would fit within your definition, Thrayle.
What was that, Hazel?
That fits in your definition, Thrayle, of self.
My definition of self or of identity.
Of identity. You're right.
Mm.
Does your identity include a God believer? Is that a necessary component? If it does.
That sounds weird that way, but maybe I don't know.
I'm trying
to figure out.
Well, I was listening.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to figure out
for it.
What's the better way to put it.
I think mythicist, Christian, hard determinist, unorthodox.
I like that one though. That one sounds way better.
I didn't hear that in the list though, when you were telling us who you are.
Yeah, that has a pretty cool ring to it. Maybe I should go with that. I think the agnostic part that got dropped is kind of one of the important parts of all of that.
I did leave that off, didn't I? Is it the most important part?
I think so.
You lean towards a belief in a god, though, right?
Yeah, like, and you know, I don't need to have a justification for everything. But you know, the way everyone looks at everything around them, and we were talking about this yesterday a little bit. The way everyone looks at everything around them, with like, you know, the whole trees and nature and all these things and evolution and, you know, people and it's hard for me to not have my mind go into this idea that things just seem like there's design and purpose behind it.
Why does design equate to purpose?
Why does design equate to purpose? I don't know if it does.
So we could exist within a design given purpose.
My words might fail me, but the direction could be like fluid.
What do you mean by direction?
Like a set goal.
Are goals given or decided by a person?
No.
So, do we have purpose?
Yeah.
How do you know?
How do I know we have purpose?
Who has purpose?
We have purpose because we act.
What do you mean, we, white man?
What do you mean?
It's a really good reference, wasn't it? One that you did not expect to hear come out of my mouth.
What do you mean?
So it was a dumb joke. It was a reference to it. It was what, Walker, Texas Ranger? Yeah. There's a Walker, Texas Ranger reference. I think it's really funny.
Kat, you still owe me a conversation also.
Anytime. But also, it's my birthday in like 5 days, so maybe not on that day, but as any other day.
Okay, I promise I won't. Happy early birthday.
Thank you. I got so caught up on my joke that landed incredibly poorly, but I thought was really funny, that I forgot the question.
Purpose?
You said we, you kept saying we, and I was trying to ask you who we is.
We is the collective of minds in meat suits.
Are other animals in meat suits, are they included?
I'd like to think I'm not so arrogant to dismiss them. You know, I was at work yesterday, and I was like ripping all this wood down and, you know, putting a rabbet into it to be able to hide screws behind the wood. And I saw this little jumping spider on top of one of the planks. I spent like maybe the next 5 minutes just talking to it and trying to see if he wanted to hang out with me by like putting my hand out. If he wanted to jump on my hand. But if you've seen jumping spiders and how they look at you sometimes, and then they kind of twist their head a little bit, like in, I don't know if it's confusion, but it's just like in intrigue maybe, to see like who you are and what you're doing and what you're talking about. It's just so cute. And, you know, it's a little spider, but it's thinking stuff, you know?
Yeah, they do the little dog like, Mroo?
Yeah, it's so cute. Oh. But I eventually, as always, I get them to come on my hand and take them outside and put them next to the plants. So hopefully they find a nice little safe place. And then back to business. Yeah, the other meat suits that don't resemble humanoids still have minds in them. I remember finding out that jumping spiders live only about 2 years. And it made me sad. So I don't think I'll get a jumping spider as a pet. So back to purpose? What's that?
Do you think God gives you purpose?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know, but I'm inclined to say I think maybe not.
Or are you inclined to say anything?
Yes.
Did you have a follow-up on that?
Me?
Or were you
No,
asking?
I'm putting Hazelnut on the spot.
Yeah.
As always.
God, I thought it was me again. I was so scared.
Oh.
Dear God, I fell asleep questioning somebody the other day and I saved it. Like, I recovered it. But, like, I was like, oh shit, was it me again?
No, it's me tonight. I am the person that is being on the hot seat. Not hot seat, but so you
You're
said
on the warm seat next to the hot seat.
yes. It feels warm. No, you don't think. I'm surprised that you don't think God gave you purpose. If you believe in God and you believe in purpose, why is that not connected?
Man. I'm not trying to think of how to answer this question. I'm thinking whether if I should or not.
If it's a Discord question, I can always ask you later.
I think for a lot of time in my early years of coming to the faith, I had a lot of anger, resentment, and animosity towards God. And as I've gotten older and I'd like to think a little bit more knowledgeable about where I am within my beliefs. I lean pretty heavily on like some kind of a deistic perspective, where even like the potential of like God being unalived doesn't seem like a too far-fetched idea if God were to exist. So I don't know.
Is God just a being that created us? What is God to you?
Yeah, I do think that if God exists, God is going to be the origin of all of this. I'm not saying that, you know, there was nothing and all of a sudden there we were kind of thing. It's more of all of the Legos were there and just God built whatever the castle, the car, the treasure island, or whatever the heck you build with the Legos, you know, or the hospital.
What evidence do you find convincing that Lego pieces existed that God used to build us?
The idea that matter cannot be created or destroyed, kind of thing.
So, if I think that it makes perfect logical sense that if there is a God, that he just, or it just like poofed everything into existence, and it like because God has magic.
I don't believe in magic.
Well, neither do I, but.
So, what did God do exactly? And how in this framework? You're saying that there was already existing pieces. What was God's actions within the system in your view?
Yeah, I think I can. I think I might be able to do this in a really cool way. I hope it's cool, and if it's not cool, then you guys are just gonna have to live with it. So God got up, you know, went to the store, you know, and picked up like some groceries, brought it home, opened everything up, like unthawed whatever parts of the ingredients that were in the freezer. And he threw them all in the blender, mixed it up real nice, and just threw it in the oven.
Okay, but so what existed with God then?
What do you mean?
You're saying that God had to go to a grocery store. I understand it's a metaphor, but what things existed with God for him to make a sandwich, essentially?
A soup sandwich.
Yes, a soup sandwich. Hazel, can you ask your question again?
Maybe what existed with God? Like,
I don't understand that.
like you were saying that there were Lego pieces. There's a grocery store. What are you what you're metaphorically symbolizing something? What is the something that you are symbolizing? What existed with God?
I'm trying to understand.
Is there a different way, Kat or Thrayle? Do you understand what I'm saying and can say it in a different way?
Ask it one more time to me, Hazel.
What existed with God? Duragon was using metaphors like God had Lego pieces and God went to the grocery store. So I'm trying to see what existed with God.
What were his Lego pieces?
What
The
were the
building
Lego
blocks of the
pieces?
universe.
Oh, what were God's Lego pieces?
Right, that's what you were talking about. That's the building blocks of the universe.
Yes. What is that?
He was saying that the
So,
universe didn't come out of nothing. The Lego pieces existed and God built them, right?
yeah.
What is the building blocks of the universe mean though?
What do the building blocks of the universe mean?
If there's a start and you're claiming that God created it with building blocks, I wonder what those building blocks are.
It's everything. It's all of this.
So we all existed at the moment of creation?
Oh, well, no, we existed before that.
How did we exist before creation?
We were in the supermarket before God put it all together.
What is the supermarket?
The supermarket is the place where all of these things existed.
What is the place that existed before creation?
Yes.
I'm sorry, did you say us?
No, yes. What was the place where all of these things existed before creation?
Yes, that's what I said.
Yes. That's what I said.
I don't know if yes answers the question. What do you mean, yes?
Also, yes.
Okay. I don't know what the grocery store is. I'm confused there.
I think there was this point where there was nothing, and then all of a sudden, all of these things just magically came into existence.
Neither do I.
Right. Why don't you think that or believe that?
Oh, are you going to let him do that?
I mean,
I had that reverse card in the back of my head. And you walked right into it.
I'm curious where it, like, how is there a start but also not a start? That's what confuses me. How is there creation but there's something before creation? Was that something before creation created? Because then it magically came to be out of nothing.
I think so. I think there's a couple things happening here, and even within my trying to like reach outside of my own uh, my own humanity, I am extremely limited. But I know that time is relative, and I don't have the ability to experience time differently than I do. But that doesn't necessarily mean that time works the way that I understand it to work.
Sure, but that doesn't. If time doesn't matter because it's a label of how humans
No,
perceive it.
no. Time does matter.
Okay,
It's not that time doesn't. It's not that time doesn't matter. It's just that time is experienced in a way where we experience it.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what happens before God created experiences and the building blocks of everything? What's the grocery store?
The grocery store is everything before. The ball started moving in this direction.
Where's the ball? Where's the ball coming from? What's the ball?
It's not a physical ball. It's just the saying where the ball gets rolling. You know, it's the beginning of this point.
Is there an ending?
I don't know. It could be bats all the way down.
How are you sure there's a beginning if you're not sure there's an ending?
It could be bats all the way down, he said.
Or bats all the way up. I wasn't gonna use turtles on Thrayle's live. That would just
trying to keep me from questioning.
It'd be unfitting. So I'm okay. I have this wild idea. Okay, I talked about this with a couple of people before, but I don't think that there's necessarily an issue with time being infinite and still having a beginning.
How is there not an end to that though? Because if time is infinite in one direction, how is it not infinite in the other?
That's what I'm saying. Is it would be like if you have
be
like
infinite,
let's say,
but not eternal.
Oh no! It could still be. It could still be both. It could be.
He's describing an eternal, something that begins but never ends.
Yes, but it also the beginning point that it would have. So imagine this way, okay? Imagine that there's like you're looking at a number line, and it grows infinitely in both directions. And you pick the beginning point of, let's say, -6, yeah? This could be the beginning point, and this could be your 0. Doesn't mean it's 0. We're just calling...
Right. But are you saying that there is an actual 0?
Is there an actual 0?
Because you were talking about an infinity that has a beginning and continues in one direction.
Right. Yeah.
But then you described an infinity that was infinite, and yet you picked a point and went in one direction. Are you
Well,
describing
no,
that within
no.
the greater thing, or are you saying that there is a zero?
When I said that there is this zero and it starts growing in one direction, is the part that I'm not saying that it grows in one direction. I think it not only grows in the other direction also, but I think it grows in all directions.
So then, why would you consider that a beginning and not just your referent?
It is a reference, but it's a beginning for something. It's not a. Maybe this was a bad way to. Oh, maybe it's
a
not.
Beginning for what?
Beginning for a lot of things. Maybe everything.
But if it's a point in an infinite, in a possible infinite, how do you know that it's the beginning of everything? Or how do you know that it could be?
No. It's not the beginning of everything. Fuck. I don't think I said that right. It's the beginning of. I don't think I have the words or.
He might get saved by a new believer. Hello, soul. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm over 18.
Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Yeah, I'm 70.
What year were you born?
55.
Do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power,
Yes.
or anything like that?
Yes, I do.
Which god do you believe in?
I currently prescribe to Jesus.
Prescribed to Jesus?
Yes.
Have you read your prescription? Have you read the Bible from beginning to end?
Yes.
From beginning to end, you have. And do you believe the stories from to be true and literal?
Yes and no. Some are literal, some are not. The biggest benefit I gained in everything I've been reading and studying over the years beyond the Bible, more than the Bible. I've studied more than the Bible, okay? But
my question was about the Bible, though. So
yeah.
If you believe
The
the stories
thing I
to
got
be true
out
and
of it,
literal.
listen, here's what I got out of it.
It's interesting. You just kind of want to talk at me, but I had a specific question.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
My question was if you believe the stories to be true and literal. I understand you might have gained something else from it, but it was
Yes.
simply...
Yes, some of them I do. Yes. Some of them I do not.
Are there any stories that are not true?
Yes, I believe the stories of the way the prophets spoke about their experience are kind of flawed.
The stories about the way the prophets spoke about experience.
Their experience with Jesus. I don't believe they all spoke with similar honesty about what they experienced.
So, are you talking about the New Testament?
Yeah, talking about the New Testament and the fact they left out all the books out of most of the Bible. So
what do you mean left out?
There's a total of probably some Bibles have 66, some have 86. If you leave out all the chapters in the Bible, you're not going to get all the truth anyway, or whatever. You're not going to get all the information.
Is there a reason why you're kind of like yelling at us?
Oh yeah, because I can't tell my audio is hard to. It's hard for me to what do you call it? Manage my volume. Sorry. Yeah, I'll lower it. Sorry.
It just kind of felt like we were in trouble.
Yeah, no, you're not. Yeah, it's hard for me to modulate sometimes. I'm trying to work on it.
So some of them. Well, you went on to say a lot about the missing books, but some of the stories that the prophets in the New Testament give, you say, are not necessarily true or accurate. My question was more about, I guess, biblical stories. Does it matter to you if those are all true?
No, it really doesn't.
I see. Does it matter to you if any of it is true?
Yes.
What would you say would be the most important part to be true?
That the kingdom of God is within you, not outside of you.
So, of all the Bible, all of it could be proven false except that, and that's the most important part to you.
Yes.
So if Jesus never existed, never resurrected, that wouldn't matter, as long as the kingdom of God is within you.
As long as you understand the kingdom of God is within you.
What is the kingdom of God?
The holy place of creation is within us. The God that everybody's arguing about is not external, it's internal. We are the gods that are supposed to change the world.
So what is God?
Oh, maybe somebody's ultimate design of power. I don't know. I'm still working it out. Like, what does it really mean, and what does it mean to me? That for me is the bigger question, and that is to stop believing things that are not true and start really learning how to have more critical thinking about what is true.
Interesting. And for you, is true somehow, as long as you define God and kingdom in a certain way.
What I'm really finding is the words that are available to me are not the way I don't describe very well because I'm only using words that I've heard others say. I'm looking for new words to actually describe the feeling or the sensation that I'm getting by realizing I don't have to buy all of it for it to be true for me.
Sounds ineffable.
That's what? Sorry.
It sounds like the feeling that you're describing is ineffable.
I'm not sure. I don't know what that word means. Could you explain, please?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second. My hands are full and need
Okay.
to focus.
Okay. When we are looking at the sky, we are looking within.
You don't need to read the comments at us. That's really not helpful to the conversation.
Ineffable is like unable to be described, unable to like explain or understand with words.
Yeah, I'm not very concrete about it yet. I'm still kind of wishy-washy, working it all out, making sense out of things.
So, just to clarify, you said that you do believe the Bible and you believe most of it. But that the most important part to you to be true is the kingdom of God bit. But you do believe that Jesus is your Lord and Savior.
Yes.
What does that mean?
I want to seek out how to be the best person I can be for myself and all of humanity, and learn how to be more, have stronger values, and
What does that have
be
to do with
less
Jesus?
judgmental.
I'm sorry, what does...
Jesus teaches me. What I've learned is he teaches me how to be a better human being to
And
all
what does the Lord
mankind.
and Savior bit mean?
The Lord and Savior is my personal relationship to my
What does that
potential
mean then?
future. That I honor something greater than myself.
What does the Savior part mean?
That by studying what he said, I might learn to be a better human being. It's for saving me rather than I'm not out to save the
Saving
world.
you. I see. And do you believe Jesus existed?
Yes.
And that he was the Son of God?
Yes.
And that he died on a cross?
For being politically incorrect, yes.
Interesting. Do you believe he resurrected?
I'm still working on that one.
Understandable. I'm not trying to force you into any answers.
No, I know. I just want to be honest because you're asking good questions. Yeah.
Why is it that you believe that this person, Jesus, existed and died in the way described?
You know, it's kind of interesting, and I don't quite know how to answer your question other than when I was at the point of becoming unalived, that was the only answer that came in my head about how to not be unalived, was to ask for his help. It was in a matter, it was in the process of trying to not be unalive that I called out for an answer, and it showed up through another human being. Okay. It showed up through another human being who rescued me. And then I wasn't going to be unalived. My experiences are that when I ask for assistance in something, it seems to show up in other people. Like they show up. You know what I mean? That's what my experiences have been, is that other people show up when I ask for assistance.
So when you
From
ask...
God to God, okay? When I'm praying to God and I'm asking for a solution to something.
Just to stop for
Okay.
a moment, do you remember the question that I had asked?
Not really.
I see. But your answer to it was that when you ask God, people show up.
Yes.
And what is that telling you? Is God altering the choices of other people to make them appear before you? Or is he simply teleporting them?
You know, I actually am beginning to think of it as almost a telepathic connection to those that are plugged into the source.
What?
Like a tree's roots that reach all throughout the ground. I think of it like there are other people out there.
What is the source?
The source is God. God energy, okay?
What
Not
is energy?
God person, energy,
What is
matter.
energy?
I see it as the force of an unseen thing. I can't even describe it. It's like an unseen but felt experience. It's like when I feel cold or a breeze moving across my body, that's what it feels like internally as well. So can I ask you, how do you describe energy?
How I describe energy doesn't actually make any difference to anything you just said. And it will really distract from this conversation, I think. Does
Oh,
anybody
okay.
else have a
Okay.
question for this guest?
Why do you assert these things with such, like, I don't want to say certainty, because you haven't really said you're certain, but you assert like you are.
There's a lot of certainty here.
Are we not answering questions from women?
No, I am. I'm trying to figure out, okay, I don't want to be like giving you all the trauma, drama, dumping crap. I'm trying to be realistic in explaining that once you've reached the point of unalivement more than once, you kind of wonder who's driving the train when you come back to do it again and again and again.
What leads you to believe that any of us haven't been there?
Say that again?
What leads you to believe that any of the rest of us haven't done that?
I'm not saying you haven't. I'm kind of hoping to find more people who have. Sometimes it gets kind of lonely out here when you have experiences you cannot share with people who've never experienced it. I'm eager to find camaraderie or community.
Just to clarify, you're saying that you're saying that you have come to the brink multiple times, and something has set you back on your course, and you've been able to do it again, and that leads you to believe there's some God energy force directing or intervening in some way.
Yes. But I'm not positive that's the only answer.
Sorry, does it just ignore the other people in the world who come close and don't come back to do it again? Is it just not intervening for them?
I can't answer that question because I don't know. I don't know. I really do not know why it doesn't happen for everybody. I do not know.
Why would you assume that it is a God intervening on your behalf, then?
Because right now, I can't envision what else it might be.
Why assume what it is why assume what it is if you do not know?
Because then I feel I'd be denying the power of essence of God that I believe in.
Have you ever dropped toast, buttered toast, and it
Yes.
landed with the butter side up?
No, not toast, but I get where you're going.
If you've never dropped toast and had the butter land face up instead of face down?
Not really, no.
You think it's possible?
Yes.
Would it be God doing that?
I'm not 100% convinced that's what it is. I'm trying to find the answers.
Does there have to be a answer?
I'm beginning to think not anymore. I'm really beginning to think that just being or existing is sufficient. That's where I'm starting to land, is finding an answer isn't always what's necessary.
We're about to lose Cat. Good night, Cat. She won't do it. Damn it. I was going to see if she'd come off mute.
But you guys are awesome. I appreciate you guiding me down a path of reality check. No, I do appreciate it.
I think you're somewhat questioning what you think is real at the time, but yeah.
Yes.
I'm trying to understand where God comes in for you. If you're willing to question it, how are you sure?
What I'm really first trying to figure out is, does it really matter where I go when I'm gone? Does it really matter if there's a heaven or not? That's what I'm working out. Does it really matter when I'm off this planet where I end up? And given the gist of what I'm beginning to understand about the Bible, it's about where you end up after you leave the earth is what the goal of the journey is. Not so much what you do in the middle, but are you going to heaven in the end? That seems to be the ultimate design of the book.
So then the whole life, the 70 years that you've lived this, none of it will matter, really. Is it dirty rags?
You know, all that really matters to me today is whether or not somebody's still suffering. That's all that matters to me. Can I help another human being not go through suffering in life? That's all that matters to me anymore. The rest of it
You sound so much
just doesn't matter.
You sound so much more moral and more compassionate than the God that I read about in your book.
That's the Jesus I discovered in reading the book, not the one that everybody's talking about. I did not find that one. Or that is okay, that is not who found me. Okay.
Who quizzed and taunted a begging woman when she asked for help for her daughter.
I guess I'm not sure of the reference. What's the scripture reference so I can read it?
Matthew 15.
Okay.
I believe this one would be in the latter half of that chapter.
Okay.
the story here is that he is with his followers, and a woman is asking for help, and they are trying to, turn her away. They tell him that she's just begging, and he, I don't have the scripture in front of me, but he asks, why should he give what is meant for the children to the dogs, and the children of the lost sheep of Israel?
Ooh, okay. But
He only,
down at the end, though, he did
he
grant
does,
her wish.
after taunting her and calling her a dog. She agreed. Even the dogs get scraps. Is that how you imagine helping people?
No, that's not how I do it. No.
So even Jesus, who may be a good man according to the book, you would be more compassionate, quicker to aid.
You just maybe helped me realize something that I hadn't thought about this whole time. And that is, why do some of these stories totally annoy me to no end, and others I totally embrace? And this is why, because now that you've given me some insight, I can read with new eyes, and I appreciate that, because it gives me the opportunity to see where you're right, where this language of conversation is crude and rude and not even cool, so to speak. And now this is why I even wonder about the translation from Greek to English, from Hebrew to Greek, Aramaic, that in the translating of what was really said, I am going to go back and reread the words of Jesus from the Gnostics, which were a little more compassionate than this is why I don't like the reading of all of what these people wrote, because I don't believe they got it all right. I wonder if there was an underlying purpose for creating such distortion when they wrote these Bibles the way they did. Yeah, there's a lot of people that believe everything in here is 100% real and true. I do not, because I know it was transcribed by men who had an agenda. I can't ignore that. They wanted to enslave, they wanted to rip off, they wanted to just horribly treat people. And that's what happened. And that's what they wrote about. And that's what people are imitating, unfortunately.
That seems like a lot to come to, so I appreciate that you put that much thought into the answer. I'm curious. We kind of breezed past, you were talking about afterlife, and I had asked you if this life would be dirty rags. Do you you need there to be some eternal afterlife?
Not anymore. Not anymore. I have one life. It's now. And what am I going to do with it? That's what's most important to me. I live in the here and now. What am I going to do with it? The afterlife, right? That's in the book. I'm in the here and now. I want to live in reality and make the world a better place for other human beings. That's what I really want to do.
It's really cool that you were able to come to that conclusion. Good job on actually questioning your beliefs.
Thank you.
You did amazing, Soul. I don't know
Thank
that
you.
I have any more questions for you at the moment, except how do you feel? Are you okay?
I don't know. Because, every time...
That's a fair answer. That's a
I don't
very good
know.
answer. It's okay. Take a breath.
It's like I want to cry with relief that I don't have to worry about not knowing the answer. I can just be present in the moment. That's the best part.
Mm-hmm. It's a good moment. And then it's gone. So yeah, it's good to be present.
Well, thank you all. I think now I can probably get some sleep.
I hope you do. I hope you sleep well. I appreciate you coming
Thank
on,
you.
Soul, and answering the questions. It has been quite a journey, and I really, really, truly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, and keep asking questions. I hope we hear from you again. And if anybody else has a belief in a god or a god's higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, go ahead and request up. We're not here to burgle your gods or destroy your faith. We really are just here to see if you can question it. And where those questions will take you, it is entirely up to you.
I always love moments like that.
Mm-hmm. And big W's in chat for Soul. She did really well, and I appreciate the conversation. It really, really was a surprising ending, and quite pleasant.
I have more questions for her, and I hope she comes back later, but
I do too.
I don't want to overwhelm somebody who's doing so well.
While our next guest loads in, I did want to respond to a comment over on the YouTube. I noticed somebody asking about the Discord. Of course, the link tree is in my bio or in the Batcolyte's bio over here on TikTok, but I did throw that link tree in the chat there. And if you do have trouble joining, make sure that you go read the rules. And if you can agree to those, then you should have no trouble there. Should find out you're not Mr. McIntyre. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
Mr. Batcolyte, I'm 46.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that?
Actually, no, not particularly. I'm more of an atheist.
I see. And when you say atheist, do you mean that you believe there are no gods, or that you just lack belief in God?
Let's say I just lack belief in just one God. But I was there for out of the blue. I was thinking that it would be a good idea to criticize the Quran. There's so many
I
atrocities.
see. But do you believe in the Quran?
No.
Yeah. So what we're doing here is not just criticizing random belief systems. So I'm going to go ahead and set you down. We are here to see if believers in whatever they believe can question their beliefs. I do question atheists as they stumble up here to see if they can question their lack of belief. But I'd much rather just keep moving forward and see if the next guest can question their belief. Okay, the next guest couldn't even be patient enough to load in. Well, I guess that means now we're down to just us, and they're all falling asleep.
I don't know what you're talking about. I am fully awake tonight.
Yeah, my day's just starting.
Thrayle, are you the same you over time? Or does the you change?
But it is you. Like, the cells in my body aren't all the same as they were 7 years ago, right?
Your identity.
Oh, the way I relate myself to myself.
Mm-hmm. You can also say yourself, if you would like. They're kind
I
of
don't know if it
interchangeable to me.
changes. I don't know if it changes as much as we recognize it more, or are able to identify it. Maybe it does change.
If we're able to recognize it more, then is there a time when it is complete, but we do not recognize it?
What do you mean by complete?
Like, we're unaware of the characteristics, but it has characteristics we're unaware of.
Maybe. I mean, how do we know those characteristics aren't formed over time? So maybe... No, I see why. I see why you ask that, based on my other answer.
Yes.
Well, I think I retract that answer and replace it with I don't know.
You're retracting what? Oh,
All of my
goodness.
answers. Replacing
Everything
it with
is retracted. I don't know. And he's running. This is what they do, folks. Do you think your perception of people contributes to who they are as their self?
I don't know.
Are you sure?
Am I sure that I don't know?
I'm pretty sure you're not. I'm pretty sure you're not. I'm laughing a lot because sometimes I feel like when it's me asking a question, you just automatically say I don't know before you think about it.
No, I was thinking about it though. I was gonna follow up the I don't know, but I kind of paused. And then you asked, "Are you sure?"
To see if I was going to let you get away with an I don't know again. I don't knows are great until they're avoiding.
They can be. They can definitely be used to avoid and kind of shy away from actually engaging.
Is that what you do with my questions?
Not usually.
I don't think so. Is it what you're doing at the moment about the identity? Yeah.
I don't know if identity, I mean, I imagine it can change our understanding of who we are is going to change, and sometimes I can imagine that we could change some of us. Then is that not already who we are?
Is who we are determined before we have our experiences?
I don't know. I have no idea.
That one I know. I know is real. To which point could you discern if there is antecedents to experiences which lead to ourself? Or what is your description? The description of ourself to ourself? What was the word you used?
The way we relate to ourself to ourself. Sorry. The way we relate who we are to ourselves.
Then my question would be, how can you discern an antecedent to relation of oneself?
I want to say I don't know. Hang on, I'm thinking on it though. Oh, welcome over from YouTube, Dade. Yeah, we're not alone over here. But no shade on our YouTube viewers. We really appreciate all of you guys. And I did see a question over there. How can you support the live? Well, I mean, you can support the live through, I don't know, do those hearts and emojis, the little tapper thing on YouTube, does that actually help? Do that. And also, of course, there's a link tree in my bio, or the Batcolyte's bio, where you can check out the community and also support the live through the Venmo or Cash App links there, or just go to the website and see what we're building. But that was not me escaping your question either.
No, never.
No, never.
Can you determine when something is an antecedent to relation of yourself? Or is that something that you're not feeling is possible to discern?
I don't know. This actually feels more like a Duragon question, because, again, while I find determinism to be compelling, I don't consider myself a hard determinist, which already goes into the questions of identity here.
Durgon does consider themselves a hard determinist. You could deter the question to him, yeah.
I could, but then you would have to relate to his framework of whatever the other questions were.
Or maybe I could ask you some questions, Thrayle.
You could. I mean,
you
are sitting under a questioner. It is the chance.
I don't think that everybody needs to or should be a hard determinist. I kind of like the idea of people not being the same. But do you think you lean more towards some type of determinism?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to say that I don't would imply that I don't think, causes have effects.
Where do you land with choice?
I'm willing to accept that what I think of as a choice, a moment of determination, could be an illusion that I perceive. It feels like I am weighing options. It feels like I am trying to determine the best outcome or the best response. And yet, it could be that I'm simply rationalizing the decision I have already made.
I'm just wondering, when is the part where I say, "Welcome to the dark side"?
Oh no, I mean, if I describe my outlook, it basically sounds like determinism. I'm not saying I'm not. I just don't tend to use the label. But also, I don't know for a fact that there aren't. That there isn't some allowance for something I haven't considered. It would be rather bold of me to assume I know one of the primary functions of my own perception without a shadow of a doubt.
Can I read you a definition?
You can.
The philosophical position that free will is incompatible with both deterministic and indeterministic universe, meaning human free will and consequently, basic desire. Is that right? Basic desert moral? What's that mean? Moral responsibility does not exist. Prompted by philosophers like whatever these people's names are. Anyways, you get the gist of like the definition. What do you think of that? The philosophical position that free will is incompatible with the both deterministic and indeterministic universe.
Mm-hmm. Right, but what is free will? I wasn't. Where did that come from?
Well, the definition of this, I didn't actually give you the word that it's describing. It was just the definition that I read. So this is the hard incompatibilist position.
So that position is that free will is not compatible with either deterministic or indeterministic universes.
Yeah.
So I guess what is the purpose of reading the definition?
I wanted to get your take on if this was a position that like you lean towards.
I didn't quite hear you past the microphone noise.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to know if this was a position that you lean more towards.
I'm not sure what an indeterministic model would be.
That all things are not determined. Like everything, not everything, follows this path of causality.
I don't know.
Yes.
I think I don't know is the safest bet here, but I really don't know if free will, I mean, clearly by well, I guess are we talking about libertarian free will? The idea of just absolutely anything I think of I can do. Or just making choices.
Olha, chicas.
Yeah, I can't say that I agree or disagree until I understand what free will is in that scenario.
I think it's the free part that makes the least sense. What keeps you from calling yourself a hard determinist? Besides just like not wanting to because you want to leave room for doubt.
It's a label that I can't say I'm fully again, I don't know that I'm not this. I just don't tend to use the label. And I'm not firm in the stance that it must be this way, nothing can be any other. It does seem to be the case.
If there is kind of like what we've been talking about, like an infinite time, which I think is that your concept of how time works generally? It goes infinitely in either direction.
I don't know.
Valid.
I don't hold a position on, the function of time or the origin, the process, the layout. I don't know.
We've previously talked about selves. Do you feel like parts of yourself hold different identities? And if that's a Discord question, it can be a Discord question.
Different parts.
Thumb.
I'm going to think on that question, Hazelnut, but sorry, what was that, Durgon?
I know my thumb does. Yeah,
what?
So
Wait,
what? Tried to cut it off.
Yeah, I cut my thumb on a table saw, and they had to graft unalived people's nerves into my finger.
What the heck? Okay. Well, interesting.
It's actually how I got to know Durgan.
Crazy, we're grafting nerves now.
It's actually how I got to know Durgan so well, as he spent most of his recovery on my panel.
I wondered.
Medicated enough to be very open.
Do I need a show up safety lesson? No, I think I learned my lesson. But to be honest, so the reason why this happened was I was going through some stuff, and I had not slept for probably about like a week. I was pretty much a zombie, and because I wasn't really all there, it just happened like that. I had a lot on my mind. I was really freaking out in life. And that's how that happened.
Oh, thank you, Floscow, for the Venmo. Appreciate you. I'm tempted to turn the questioning back on Durgan, but I'm curious, Blake, are you a determinist?
Yeah, it depends on the day. I'm pretty determinist because I just don't like.
That make you determinish.
Yeah, because like I don't see an explanation besides like priors influencing decision making and like man, watching an AI train and work in like way, excuse me, frog in my throat, different way that that would work when like when you simulate the same like system and it works like deterministically. um it's hard for me to imagine another way that it would work. Like what is the hidden variable that is there that is not deterministic? Besides maybe like noise from the cosmic background radiation. There's then yeah, I don't know. That's a stretch for sure.
Thank you for telling me dance.
Nope. Oops. Nope, we don't do cameras unless we ask for demonstration. Appreciate you, though. Hell yeah.
Thrayle said you can't dance if you want to.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You can dance if you want to. You can even leave your friends behind. Because if your friends don't dance something, I'm not doing it. Thank you guys for the 125,000 likes. Really appreciate all of you guys. You guys are amazing.
I think it was, and if your friends don't dance, and if they don't dance, they can't dance up here.
They can't dance up here. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, the only dancing that usually happens in this live is well, skeleton head dancing while we listen to the jams made by the community, which we've not really. I don't think we've had a musical break the whole live.
We haven't.
I'm not pushing for one, but we could.
I wonder if the chat even knows them well enough to request some of them.
Oh. I don't know. I have a few favorites that I think are evident after the last.
Wait. Did Thrayle just say he has favorites?
Multiple. Yeah,
Favorites?
I don't have a favorite song. I don't have a favorite song. I have multiple favorite things that I like more than others.
Okay,
The time was 7:20 a.m. on 5.
No, literally, exactly. I've never heard Thrayle say top favorites anything.
I have multiple favorites. But like if you confine me to 5, then I'm gonna flounder.
Well, I know blueberries, but it's really hard to like get to like pin you down on anything besides blueberries.
No, really, blueberries is a for sure. Blueberries, 1000%. Blueberry coffee. But favorites for music, I wonder which ones they are. Will we get to know? Are you gonna reveal that?
I mean, there's a lot of them, right? There are definitely some songs that come to mind that I like a lot, and I don't know. But there's multiple. If you said what's your favorite community song?
I'm glad I didn't say that and I asked, would you ever reveal your favorites?
I don't know.
Mika says, can you play that one song you played that on the live that one time?
that one song, that one time.
I think that does the same exact in this format. My mom literally said to me yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think I have favorites, but there are some that I wouldn't mind hearing right now. I don't have any of them queued up yet. I just opened.
Oh, see, now you're retreating on the favorites. No,
No,
we
that's
have it
bad.
recorded.
Yeah, it's on the YouTube.
That there are things that I like more than others. Good luck finding a favorite color.
It's purple. At least lately, if you look around, it's purple.
You're allowed to change your favorites with time. We're not gonna hold you to it forever.
Or you could just use your free will to change your favorite.
Exactly. Use your free will, Thrayle. Change your favorite. Not like you're gonna change your favorite color just because I said it was purple now. And that's gonna be an antecedent to a color shift and everything.
Tomorrow we're gonna show up and everything's green.
Exactly. Don't be surprised.
Mika's got it right there. That's my favorite color. The one that she made up yesterday that I don't even know exists. Good color.
What'd you say?
The color Mika made up yesterday that I don't know exists. That's my favorite color, apparently.
Okay.
It tracks.
I mean, it is beautiful.
But I'm guessing at the moment we don't have anybody in the audience with a belief in a god or gods or a higher power or really anything like that. If we did, that believer could absolutely hit one of those boxes and join us up on panel, or the pink and blue people down there next to your chat. And, well, we'll bring you right up, and nobody's here to debate or tear you down. Now, I'm not here to make you look like a fool, although you might do that on your own. We really are just here to see if you can question your belief in a god or gods, higher powers, or space monster, mermaids, or whatever it is you believe. And, you know, if you can question it, we might have, well, we might have a few questions for you.
Thrayle, I think it might be my bedtime.
It might be.
Maybe. I didn't fall asleep, but I might.
I can set you down, Hazel.
Good night,
I
everybody.
appreciate you.
I appreciate you.
Right.
Good
W is
night.
for Hazel. Great questions tonight. And I think, well, I was going to start with a different song, but I think since Hazel's going to sleep, I think we'll start with her song. And while we give just a few songs a listen, of course, if anybody requests up, I'll bring you right up. And I'll bring you up after the song playing. How about that? And then we'll just see if you can question your beliefs. And in the meantime, everybody keep tapping that screen, share the live, and yeah. Hopefully somebody with a belief will request up soon.
There's a quiet in the room tonight, like something's waiting to be named. I've been holding on to borrowed truths, but they don't feel the same. You lean back like you've seen it all, like doubt's a well you drink from slow. And I'm standing on the edge of it, just asking what you know. I don't need a final answer, just something I can hold. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm tracing out the fault lines between what's true and what we're told. Do you ever feel it slipping, like the ground won't stay consistent, like belief is just a place we go? And you say, sit with the question, don't rush to fill the space. So I ask you one thing at a time and hope you critically think. You say certainty's a heavy crown, and doubt's a lighter way to live. But I've seen people build their homes on things they won't forgive. And I don't know if I want that, or if I'm just scared of the none. Is it braver to keep searching, or to say you found the one? You smile like it's familiar, like you've walked this road before. So I ask you one thing at a time, like I'm knocking on a door frame, but I'm not sure what the answers, even if they weren't the right ones, just the place you used to hide. And you say sit with the question, let it echo, let it stay. So I ask you one thing at a time and drift your way. If I let it all unravel, who am I without the threat? If I question every sacred thing, does sacred lose its meaning? Do you think there's something listening, or just silence dressed as peace? Or is asking all we get? You don't answer right away. You never really do. Just say, what do you believe? And hand it back like truth. So I ask you one thing at a time, though I'm scared of what I'll find in the spaces in between. Is it faith or is it habit? Is it comfort? Is it panic? Is it something I've just seen? And you say stay in the question. Doubt is where we grow. So I ask you one thing at a time. Together we understand more about what we do not know.
I stay up all night to question my beliefs. Something I decided when I was asleep. Where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? My hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs. Comfort of purpose, the prison of fate, longing for connection before it's too late. Anything greater than the base and mundane. Something to give meaning to all of my pain. But where have I been guided? How far have I gone? What was decided? Where did I go wrong? Hidden assumptions, I'll ponder them deep and stay up all night to question my beliefs.
Question your beliefs. The question of belief is to knock on the door of the house you built in your sleep. Some walls are made of inheritance, some of fear dressed as certainty. Some of stories repeated until they forgot they were stories. But curiosity is a quiet crowbar. It does not destroy the house, it opens a window. And suddenly, fresh weather enters the mind. Dust dances in golden light, and you remember you are not the house, you are the sky. It was built beneath.
A belief questioned does not mean a belief betrayed. Only that your spirit has chosen growth over furniture. Ask gently, wonder wildly. Let mystery keep a chair at the table. For the bravest souls are not those who cling to answers, but those willing to fall in love with better questions.
Hell yeah. Thank you so much to Hazelnut, also to Jimmy B and Michael V. Thank you guys so much for those songs. Really appreciate all of you. You guys really are the best. Best audience on TikTok. Keeping ourselves entertained. But of course, if there is anybody with a belief in, God or godlike thing, and you're capable of questioning that belief, well, that's what we're here to do. Not to argue, not to debate. No one's here to tell you that you're wrong or prove your belief is a sham or something like that. What we're really here to do is see if you can question your belief. What does that mean to you when you hear the phrase questioning beliefs? Does that mean listing them, reasoning them, or does it mean testing them? Can you test your beliefs? Can you reason them? And can you even list them? Good morning, Tavium. Well, I guess good afternoon now. I wonder if we put Durgon back to sleep.
I did not.
Only nearly. And Blake's only fallen asleep on panel once. I don't think it was this time.
No, I'm trying to catch a hermit crab.
I figured it was some kind of swamp-related thing.
Hey Blake, what where are you located? Like,
Well, this
general.
isn't a video game, but yeah, even in video games, I'm doing swamp-related stuff.
Wait, so while you're not in the swamp doing the swamp things, you're playing video games where you do swamp things.
Yeah, I'm currently on a pier fishing and video game. And this is why I can't play Stardew Valley, because it's just what I do in life, and then I would be doing it when I'm not.
It's like me getting a
Fun.
video game where I question beliefs. Let me play a video game where I can be a skeleton questioning beliefs. That sounds...
Yes, but I'm in the Midwest, Durgan, and my family's from. I go back and forth between the Midwest and Louisiana.
Right. Yeah, I just realized, like, I am looking for an apprentice. I just figured because you're already into woodworking, I'd ask where you're from.
Mhm. I would totally be down if those areas match up, but if they don't, then yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't ask anyone to move out to LA. It's not worth it, literally.
Yeah, it's a really expensive place to live.
Hashtag not worth it.
Yeah, my mom's side of the family is from SoCal, and yeah, they're all teachers, and it's a pinch. Yeah, the Midwest when I was younger was uh, terrible, but their people are, I mean, it's just boring. But like, there's so many more, what we call like metro parks in Ohio, which is basically like, um, uh, not a state park, but kind of a state park. But there are different areas where, like, farmers donate their land and then they get rewilded, and like, hikes get added to them, and then they get like managed by the local city.
Good night, AK. Hope you rest well. It was good to see you. Did you say Namaste Park?
No, metro parks, like metropolitan.
I just read Mika's question. I had to make sure I didn't miss something.
I think it's a play on the words of a state park.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I thought it
Yeah.
was clever.
Right over my head.
Good morning to anybody just joining us. We are here, as we always are, just to see if you can question your beliefs. If you have a belief in a god or gods or higher power or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question that belief, go ahead and request up. We're not looking to burgle your gods or tear you down, make you look like a fool. We really are just here to see if you can question it. And if you can, well, then we might have a few questions for you. I know I sure do.
But a lot of the swamps that are now, like, we kind of think of Louisiana for being famous for, used to extend in, like, various forms of different species of, like, the same family of plants up into, like, the Ohio River Valley. And so there is a lot of the wetlands in the Midwest got destroyed for farmland and shipping canals, which led to, like, massive ecological disasters at the turn of the century or the last century. But so there are, in restoring wetlands in Ohio and the Midwest, there's a lot more similarities and, like, cultural knowledge that is useful from my family's history in Louisiana than you would, like, think of, because we have just, like, tilled every inch of this place.
Did we hit that time of day? It's that time where nobody awake has a belief that they can question, at least. Right? You don't believe in a god, do you? You probably have requested up by now. That's one way to entice them up, Mika. If you believe you can question your beliefs, prove it. Request on up. It's a little more aggressive than I tend to be. But sure, if you can prove that you can question your beliefs, we would like to see that proof, but more so we'd like to see you even try.
Thrayle, do you believe they put a man on the moon?
Who were they?
REM's gonna be that they.
Oh, no, I don't believe REM put a man on the moon. I mean, figuratively in a song, they asked about it. But I mean, no, I don't think REM was really involved.
No, I don't think Michael Stipes was really into that whole genre of science.
Yeah. I'm not sure they would have passed all the astronaut training, but then again, I don't know.
I want to go in that G-force simulator so bad. Sorry, not important, but
That's a good point, Mika. I don't know that REM weren't involved, but I mean, were they even formed yet? When did that band form? I'm pretty sure it was like the 80s.
Yeah. Michael Stipes and the rest of the gang, they came together in the 80s, and that was...
So, like 20 years after the last time anybody was on the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not sure how they could have been involved.
Californication. Californication is overrated. I want to get out of here. I don't know where I would go.
You want to get out of California?
I do, but everything is here for me. It's hard to just go somewhere else. Plus, if I went somewhere, I don't know where I could possibly go to be able to do the kind of work that I do. If it's not out here in LA, it's probably going to be like Dubai, and I don't want to live in Dubai. That sounds like it's the worst.
Nobody ever says, I want to move to Montana. Why not Montana?
Actually, you know what? That doesn't sound like a bad idea, because in Montana, I would be able to register all of my cars permanently in one time. And I would be done. I would never have to pay for registration ever again. No smog checks, nothing.
I love that you know that off the top of your head.
I know it sounds like Paragon wants to move to Montana.
Dude, I've been thinking about how to like set up a company over there, like with an LLC, and register all my cars there.
Well, if you find yourself in Ohio, you have an apprentice.
There we go. Yeah. I don't think anyone would hire me out there. I'd have to go and do some other kind of work or something.
We have a surprising number of billionaires, but I don't know where the F they are.
We have a surprisingly small number of believers requesting up to question their beliefs. I think it's been over an hour since we had a believer up, and was Durgan. I might.
I guess we're going for round 2, huh?
Well, I mean, I was saying if we don't have a believer soon, I might go ahead and find a poem and bring the life to an end. I don't know, sleep in for a Saturday. It's been a very sleepy live tonight. Morgan nearly fell asleep on panel, and Kat probably fell asleep before she hit the chat. Hey, Hazel was sleep questioning and is sleep tapping right now. Kinda. Durgan came up on the panel, barely awake. Still hasn't quite fully reached consciousness.
Yep.
But if you know what consciousness is, and you believe in a God or something like it, maybe that God gave you the consciousness to question your beliefs, then go ahead and, find your way to hitting one of those boxes over there, or the pink and blue people down there next to the chat. We're not here to debate you or anything. We just want to know if you can question that belief, and if you can, well, we've got questions.
Thrayle, do you have dreams?
Do I have what?
Dreams.
Trees.
Dreams.
Dreams. Oh, I thought you asked if I had trees, and I'm like,
That also. Trees. Do you have trees?
There are trees on the property, but I don't know if I have them. They're here.
Right. The trees belong to the property.
Right. No, I mean, like, when I leave, if I leave, if I ever move, do I take the trees with me? Can I pack them up?
Right.
Maybe I should.
We'll see how it goes. We'll burn that bridge when we get there, right?
But dreams. Yes, I do have dreams. Do you mean aspirations and goals, or do you mean
no.
sleep time storytelling in my brain?
Yes. Dreams of when you sleep.
Yeah, I do have them. I don't always remember them, and oftentimes, as I wake up, as I come to, I remember them less and less. Like they will fade from my memory through the day.
Mm-hmm. Do you know you're dreaming when you dream?
Sometimes. I can specifically recall, feeling like this must be a dream. And then kind of testing and recognizing that it had to be before waking up, usually.
What are things you do to test your dreams to see if they are dreams?
I mean, jumping up and flying. I make jokes sometimes about, when people mention free will. I guess it's been a while, but can I jump up in the air and sprout wings and fly?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, sprouting wings is a pretty good sign you're in a dream.
Yeah.
You don't even really have to get to the flying part.
Tell me about the dreams that you don't know you're dreaming. That sounds interesting to me.
The dreams where I don't know I'm dreaming. be some of the best and worst ones. I mean, if I don't know I'm dreaming, then I could immerse myself in it, or I could be trapped in it.
Do you feel like you're able to control your dreams?
When I recognize that they are dreams. If I've sprouted wings, I can probably do a lot of stuff before I wake up. But waking up is usually the next step, like shortly after. But I can get some stuff done. Play around with it. Wake up, lay in bed, kind of in that half-awake state, trying to chase the dream that I was slightly in control of.
I remember maybe a decade ago, or something like that.
I'm sorry, I was laughing too loud and I did not hear anything you said. I got Mika telling on Noctis to Huggy, which I find so hilarious. Sorry, I love this audience. You guys are great.
I was just saying that I remember like maybe a little bit over a decade ago is when I realized, or when I learned, that people have dreams that they don't know they're dreaming. And that idea was just so wild to me.
Are you saying that you always know you're dreaming?
Yeah. I've never had a dream where I don't know it's a dream.
Are you sure that you haven't had a dream you don't know is a dream?
I could say with great certainty.
Are you sure it's not that you wake up and recognize it as a dream and add that caveat to the memory?
No.
How are you so certain? Oh wait, I said, are you sure? And you said no. That's not certainty. I can process responses. Sorry. Sometimes slower than I should. Maybe I do need sleep.
Or coffee.
Well, I'm working on one, but I'll probably still end up at the other.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like to I don't know, like I think there's a big distinction in my mind of right now versus like when I'm asleep and I have thoughts in my mind. I think the thing you were saying with the wings is a good example. But I think not just with wings, but like other things, those are always in my dreams, where I can do things that I wouldn't be able to do in reality. And it's just always the case.
Like free will.
Okay. Now, I think that's probably going to be the best question I've been asked in a very long time.
Tailored just for you.
I need to let that soak for a bit.
I understand.
Thrayle, you remember, I've probably said this more than once on your panel, that if there is any kind of free will, it needs to be divorced from ourselves because we are stuck within this causality.
Why would your dream have causality?
Yeah, but I'm trying to process if there's something I'm missing to where this could have potential for that free will. Because I'm looking for it.
What will you do with it when you find it?
I will grab it and I'll put it in my pocket and I'll save it for later.
It's the dog with the car question. What do you think he'll do when he catches it?
I think if I were to find it, I would change my position and I would go back and try to find my friend Steve. And I would tell them, you know what? Years later, here it is. Gotcha. Because there was a point in my life where I used to think that I was in control of my own destiny and that I had these choices that I thought I did. But I think there's this fine line we try to walk of moving away from being naive and not trying to become jaded. I don't know.
How are you treading that line?
I'm just walking that tightrope. I'm not doing a good job at it. Maybe.
Where do you find yourself the most jaded?
Were we talking about hope on this live a day or two ago? Was this the place?
Maybe. I don't know. Hope comes up
Ah,
here.
yeah. It was here because Philly was here and we were talking about hope. I remember that now. Where do I find myself most jaded? I find myself most jaded when I'm starting to get comfortable in where I'm at. Start becoming kind of stagnant or complacent.
You were talking about the line between being jaded and
Naive.
Naive, that was the word you used.
Yeah.
Where do you find you're the most naive?
Just stuff that I don't know. Maybe some things that don't interest me that maybe they should. I think there's a level of arrogance behind that also, you know. Maybe a lack of a willingness to grow in a direction that doesn't interest me too much without really knowing or understanding. Kind of makes me sad a little bit. Like thinking about like what could have been or could be, you know. Potentials that'll maybe never actualize.
What does potential mean within a deterministic model?
Maybe that painful thing we were talking about, hope, the other day. Like, you know, I've thought about like going back to school and like going past my like master's in mechanical engineering and like the reasons why I've thought about doing it were not good reasons, you know. Like it would be for like the title that would not be helpful in any way other than like just like pride or I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not using my degree now. Like, what would be the point of me like going any higher in the education if of it? It's I think I deserve better than that, and I think people that I would interact with would deserve better than that also. I think that's a good reason to not do that. But like every so often I do think about it, you know, I do think that it would be cool to like, you know, like just, ooh, I'm a doctor, you know, I got a PhD, I'm so cool, you know, but
what would the doctorate be in? It would be
it'd be engineering.
Engineering.
But it's like
you say you don't use your engineering degree.
No.
You use the education though. To use the things that you learned gaining that degree.
I mean, like I mess around with stuff, you know, like it does come in handy. I'm mathematically inclined.
Your current vocation requires an understanding of at least structural engineering to a degree, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think I could have gotten where I'm at without the level of education that I have in it. It wouldn't have been necessary. Like I probably like spent less than a year of actual work in the field of engineering.
Really quickly, I'm gonna break away to thank Heather's Descent, Cassie the Sea, Karu, Tricerat Bear, Everlasting Godstopper, and AK Borealis. Thank you all so much for helping with the goal. You guys are amazing. We're kind of meandering farther and farther into the personal and less into the beliefs. And, I feel there might
we could
be
talk
a path
about
back.
hope. That's a belief, yeah.
Well, there might be a path back all the way to God, which is where I like to keep it.
Yeah.
Because what the fuck is God? And, right now it's just, why do you believe in God?
Yeah.
Would you say that forgiveness is your primary motivator for believing in God?
I don't know, because that's something I struggle with.
Mm-hmm. Is it a motivator for God or for Jesus?
Mm-hmm. I think if I know anything about any kind of divinity, and if I'm going to make like any kind of an assumption, it would probably be more that I don't know what God is, and maybe I might know what Jesus is.
I have to apologize for the hard left with the gut hook.
It's okay. I don't think that was a gut hook. I think that was a spear in the side.
Okay. Okay.
I don't understand the question of about boats. Question mark. So yeah, I don't think I know or understand God in the slightest. And if I understood anything, it might be an inkling of maybe what Jesus is.
How is it you understand anything about Jesus?
I think it's what I'm able to pull from some of the scripture. And it's going to be what I experienced back in like 2001.
Now I have to ask about 2001, but before we get there, John, did you mean to join us?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Okay, you got a little bit of an echo. If you turn your volume down and maybe if you hold the mic a little further from your face, it might help.
That better?
Seems to be. Can I get your age for TikTok TOS?
52.
And do you have a belief in a god or gods, higher power?
Yes, I believe in a creator strongly, yes.
Fascinating. I see. Do you believe in the end of sentences?
The end of what, sorry?
Do you believe in the ends of sentences?
Yeah, the ends of sentences, yeah.
Yeah, like where the punctuation goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not quite.
I'd like it if you'd let me get to the ends of mine.
Carry on.
Okay.
Be your guest.
Great. So, which god or higher power is it you believe in?
Well, I don't know, but there's certainly evidence for that we've been created.
What does created mean?
Well, planned from a higher intelligence.
What do you mean by planned?
I mean, created, I don't understand it. You have an idea to start it.
So you're saying there's evidence of planning?
Clearly.
What do you mean by that?
Well, anyone that has common sense can discern that.
I see. John, let me just make sure that you're clear on this. This is not a debate space. Your aggression will not be met with aggression. We're not going to do a fight argument thing here. If you're capable of calmly and courteously questioning your beliefs, you can stay. But it's sounding like you're starting to get into a sort of argumentative stance. That's not what this is.
No, certainly you've misinterpreted me there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what was the question that I had asked?
The question you asked us, there was evidence that we've created.
No, that was not the question I asked.
Oh, sorry, my bad. What was it?
It was what it was it that you were considering evidence of planning, not creating.
Just the complexity of us, of beings. It has to be more than chance, in my opinion.
By complexity.
Well, the complexity of the human nervous system, for instance.
The complexity of the human nervous system.
Yeah.
I see. Are you familiar with the human nervous system?
Yes, I am.
Have you
Yeah.
well studied on it?
Studied, yeah. I have a basic knowledge of it. Yeah. I would say
Are you familiar with the I believe it's called the anterior laryngeal nerve, the recurrent anterior
No, I'm not. I'm not aware of that one.
Oh.
What is it?
Well, do you know what the larynx is, right?
Yeah, I know what the larynx is, yeah.
Where is that?
In the throat.
Okay. And what do nerves do?
Nerves stimulate, they carry messages that operate the rest of the operating system.
Carry messages from where? To
From the
where?
brain. From the brain to the organs to the limbs.
So back and forth.
Yeah.
With the brain is like kind of the main point, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if there's a laryngeal nerve, it might go from the larynx to the brain, right?
If you say so, yeah. If you've done your research, yeah.
Okay. So is it good planning for that to go around the aorta of every mammalian species?
Yes, it's excellent planning.
Why is that
It's called
good
compromising.
planning?
Well, because, like I say, it's common sense. Never had any other way to put it. That was the easiest.
Common sense. I'm sorry, how is it common sense to run a nerve around a vital organ that's out of the path of where it needs to go?
Because space is limited in there.
So because space is limited, the nerve is extra long and wraps around the heart so it can go back to the throat, between the brain and the throat.
I'm sure there's a logical reason for it, and I'm sure it's valid.
Have you ever seen a giraffe before?
Yes, I have.
Okay. You get that they are a mammalian species, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you think that's a good design for the nerve that goes from the brain of a giraffe to the throat of a giraffe to go around its heart all the way down its torso?
I don't see any evidence to the contrary why it would be a bad idea. I don't see the problem.
If it causes health problems in the giraffe.
What health problems does it cause? I'm not aware of that.
I asked a hypothetical.
Well, if it caused problems, then yeah, problems have to arise sometimes. It's called a compromise.
A compromise.
If it's for the greater good, then it's valid.
How is the nerve going around the aorta between the brain and the throat for the greater good?
Well, I don't know what's wrong with it, but you're saying hypothetical. You can't just say that. I mean, if you're saying that there has to be a problem with it that we can then address.
You don't see what's wrong.
I don't see what's wrong.
From the brain to the throat to take.
Well, I would say straight from the brain, straight to the throat.
So would that be a good design?
Well, it works for the giraffe. It's worked for thousands of years, right?
You totally missed the point, because it doesn't. It goes around the giraffe's heart. Why does it go from the brain, around the heart, to the throat?
I'm sure there's an explanation for it.
Could it be because the giraffe evolved from a smaller mammal without a long neck?
Oh, you say that. But I mean, at the end of the day, you know, these creations have come. They've come from somewhere. I mean, how come you've got a giraffe? If you're saying, am I right in saying that you're a sort of Darwinist? You believe in Darwin?
What I believe doesn't make any difference to the questions I've asked. Are you actually capable of questioning your beliefs, or are you just fishing for a debate?
No, I'm not fishing for a debate. I'm questioning my beliefs.
So then, fascinating. I don't see evidence of that.
I don't see any evidence to the contrary. It's a bad design to have a nerve come from round the heart, to go round the heart. I don't see the problem with it.
Okay. Does anybody else have questions for this guest?
I can try to give it a shot.
Sorry, guys, can I just interrupt and ask? Yeah, but a power trip guy.
No, you said, can I just interrupt and ask? And I said no, but you began to do it anyways. Why did you do that?
Oh, because I'm just asking. I asked politely a question.
But when you heard the word no, what did that mean to you?
I mean, go fuck yourself, man. That's what it meant. How dare you?
The word no meant go fuck yourself.
Yeah, basically,
when
yeah.
someone said no, you decided to overtalk. You decided to force yourself upon them. And then when they asked you about that, you decided to say, go fuck yourself.
No, because you decided to be ignorant and say no. You can't know what to speak.
You said,
what
can I
happened?
ask something? You said, can I interrupt and ask? And I said, no. But you did it anyways.
Yeah, because...
Question with a no.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
I think he needs to go take that phone call.
I think he needed to take a phone call too. I know he was just asking about the coins. I realize that. But I said no. Can I just interrupt and ask? No. Durgon was just about to ask a question. I wanted to know what that was.
And how are you going to ask permission and then just ignore, not wait for permission to be granted? Right. And then ignore the denial? It's
That's weird as fuck. I don't get that. Thank you, AI summary. It's not a debate, though. A calm debate on the design of a giraffe's heart-adjacent nerve. We have it, too. Consent is key, Noctis. We had a request. And then they were gone. But if you've got a belief in a god or gods, higher power, or anything like that, and you're curious enough or courageous enough to question your beliefs, then go ahead and request up. I think we've got time for one more before a poem finds itself being read. Probably by me, but I don't know. Maybe I'll make Durgon read it. No reminder of consent there. Nobody gonna. Maybe I should ask Durgon.
What is it?
Well, Durgon believes everything was predestined, so technically he would be made to do anything he does.
Yeah, Durgon's gonna Durgon, and Durgon.
Oh, that's a good point. Determinism determines what Durgon's going to determine.
Yeah. It almost sounds circular, doesn't it? At least the explanation. Maybe.
You made a point there, Everlasting. I don't know if you meant to, and it's raised a question in me. What does consent mean in determinism? Are you not consenting to the choices that you are making?
Well, you
Is that
sneaked in
lost?
choice over there.
Sorry, what?
You sneaked in choice.
I know. The things that feel like choices.
Hmm.
The things people assume are those determinations. Does that feel like a loss of consent? Or does that make it uncomfortable? If you're not consenting to the choices now, they're just being made. They're just happening. They're not choices, right? They're just occurrences now.
I think one of the things that makes consent a little bit different than everything else is I don't know how to put this into words, but it's going to have to do with interaction between people. Whereas if things are happening to me outside of other people, that has nothing to do with consent. Like, I mean, I could get hit by a car. That's not something that has anything to do with consent. Unless, if the idea here is like I have a conversation with someone who's gonna be hitting me with a car and that I get hit by the car. And then I have an understanding of what this entails completely. From a
But I'm not talking about getting hit by a car. I'm talking about whether or not you do this. That determination. Whether or not you go to work or whether or not you brush your teeth.
Right, that doesn't have to do with consent.
Well, I'm keeping it in this realm at the moment, but are you consenting to do those things? Or are those things occurrences that just happen?
Yeah, those are just actions that I'll be taking or not be taking.
I saw you come off mute, Everlasting. Were you gonna take it this step farther?
I'm still working on the angle here. Give me a minute.
It's delicate.
I think maybe I don't know if I'll be defining the term, but my understanding of consent is that an interaction that you have with someone else where there's an understanding based off of the level of I don't know how I say that. I don't know how to put that into words. But it has to do with accepting an interaction.
Mm-hmm.
Like
accepting or not.
Yeah. Based off of the understanding. I'm not really doing a good job at explaining this. Like if let's say my 5-year-old, yeah, or well, she's 6 now. Let's say my 6-year-old we're at a family function, and like one of my aunts or uncles or somebody wants to like give them a hug and give them a kiss because they've missed them, and my child doesn't want to. My child has the ability, and I back this completely, for them to consent to not be able to do that if they don't want to, based off of like who they are and what they know and understand. It might just be a mood thing, but it's their autonomy.
Right. I understand the situation, and I get what you're saying, but I'm questioning your consent, for instance, in a moment of having to accept or not an interaction. Is that
right
your consent, or is that just determined? Is that just a determination antecedents?
I think circumstances are going to happen regardless, but consent is going to be determined based off of knowledge and understanding, with I don't know what to say there.
When you remember how uncomfortable these questions are, also remember I asked you about free will and dreams, and that one was good, right?
Yeah. That's. I promise you, Thrayle, that's still in the back of my mind. I'm thinking about it.
Let that one sink. I know it doesn't
That
imply
one's
actual
gonna be
free
cooking
will
for a while.
How does that?
Yeah, that one might be cooking for a while. It might turn completely black. We'll see how it goes.
What about lucid dreaming, where you are actually engaging in,
That's
the events
all my
of the
dreams
dream?
are.
That's all Duragon's dreams are. Lucid. That's why I was asking him about free will and dreams.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's cooking. Because what is a lucid dream in determinism? Right? Dream.
I know there's like there's faculties about my physicality that are part of why I dream only the way I do. Like there's deterministic factors that play a role in that, I'm sure. I feel like that's something that maybe I want to like look into and see if I can figure something out about there, because I feel like this definitely piqued something very interesting for me.
So I'm just wondering, like I used to experience sleep paralysis, and then I read a book on lucid dreaming, and I started kind of practicing a lot of those exercises until I found myself like actually interacting with my dreams, realizing that I was dreaming, like, choosing to fly. I'm like, oh, I'm dreaming. I could fly. That means I can fly over those trees right now. And I would just like let the wind carry me over. And so knowing the entire time I'm dreaming, and then I would eventually come out of it and be like really kind of sad and depressed that like I wanted to go back there, like every time I had that feeling. So before, when it was sleep paralysis, it was happening to me. And then when it was lucid dreaming, I was making it happen, like, so I'm wondering, like, is there a delineation, or is it all the same thing? Is it all? I don't know how to articulate this. Did I suddenly gain free will when I educated myself on, or is that something that happened to me as well?
I'm thinking.
I like that.
I haven't reached like a free will in what you're saying. I'm only seeing like things being determined. But I'm
Yeah, I know that's really the heart of the question. But like, seemingly from my experience, I chose to. I was curious about these experiences I was having, and they were terrifying. And I was seeking out like information about it. I wanted to understand it. That seemed like a desire that I acted on, educating myself, learning it, putting the time into it. Like it was a focus of mine for a while. I understand that more than likely all of that was predetermined as well, for a lot of reasons that I couldn't even begin to like scratch the surface that went into just that moment. But I guess this is why, and I always say it kind of tongue in cheek, but like, I call myself a compatibilist, but I also recognize that I just cope with this idea of some kind of compatibility with that. And that's always the tension for me is, where am I, where does my volition, occur, if at all? And I think people are uncomfortable with the idea of hard determinism because they feel like they've
lose themselves.
Lost that volition. And back to the consent thing. Yeah.
They don't want to be a robot or an NPC.
When you're accepting something, what is acceptance? What's doing that?
The brain.
Looks like we might lose the YouTube. Hopefully not. That problem in a while. Big lag spike. make sure before I lose the list that I thank Vice and Cat the Witch. Thank you so much for helping with the previous goal. You guys are amazing. Really do appreciate you. Well, I think I do. I might just be doing a thing. Do you find any value in being able to take responsibility for the things you accomplish? Did we lose you?
I'm sitting with that question. I think when you say take responsibility for things we accomplish, we can use that to motivate ourselves to accomplish more goals. But if our accomplishments are predetermined, then we're kind of giving ourselves credit for something that we didn't do, is one angle. And in which case, does it matter if we own those accomplishments or not? Won't our accomplishments just continue to happen to us?
Well, I think that even if we are, like, even if are, like, not in control or, like, responsibility for your actions, whether good or bad. If somebody is, like, criminally insane, like, we still treat them, even if they are not able to understand what they did or, like, the gravity of the situation, we still treat them as though they are a lot of people get scared about determinism because they are like, oh, is nobody responsible for any of the bad things that they do? And I say, no, but what it may do is why rehabilitation versus punishment is more beneficial.
Yeah, exactly. If somebody is a danger to themselves or others, it's prudent to, well, yeah, it's just, it's beneficial to everybody involved to put them in a safe, position. And this is why punitive retribution fails. It is, if you're just punishing people for, rather than repairing what's wrong, then the symptoms persist rather than, treating the symptoms.
Yeah, like the number one indicator for like likelihood of committing crime is not like it is or like wanting to do crime. It is poverty. And so like even in many regards we can look to like a predetermined factor or a predetermining factor. I don't know, I'm tired.
Bree, what puppet? Are you talking about Batitude? He'll hear you. Still with us, Durgon? I think we put Durgon back to sleep.
What's up?
I didn't know if you were still with us.
I haven't passed away yet.
Well, I meant passed out. But yeah, okay. I don't know if you were taking responsibility for accomplishments. Is that important to you at all?
Responsibility is a weird one, like I'm trying to wrap my head around. I know I do things.